Alright, I think we should be live now. Incredible. Yeah, no, I've literally never streamed YouTube before, so I am not used to this one bit. Um, yeah, I kind of did this so last minute that, there's probably not going to be very many people. That's totally fine, though. I think it'll just be nice to sit down, work on the visuals a bit. Uh, yeah, at least there'll always be a VOD, so, it'll always be something. I'm just going to check on the server just before I get things a little bit underway. See, there was stream chat. Yeah, there you go. Hey, Works the Magic. Welcome to the experience of something. Yeah, to be honest, like I set this up like so last minute. Like I set this up last night basically. Because I just procrastinated on doing this and I was doing other stuff. And by the time that well, yeah. So by the time I got around to actually setting up was last night, and I was like, I either do it today or I don't do it at all. So I said, well, I'll do it today, right? Because I got to get these done by, well, ideally by like middle of July, because I don't really want this hanging over me. The shows are in middle of August, but I don't really want that hanging over me, so I kind of figured I'd go for that. So I guess we'll just kind of get into it, because why not? So the two shows that I'm preparing today are, let's see, let's put maybe over here somewhere. Sonic Boost and MAGWest. I think it was you, Works and Magic, who asked if they're like streaming. Yeah. So literally, what Johnny wants is he just wants MAGFest again. Apparently, that's what he wants. Is just MAGFest again. So we're gonna give him MAGFest again. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through the visuals for MAGFest, which were made for very, very different like stage stuff, and we're gonna adapt them for Sonic Boost and MAGWest, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So it should be a fairly quick process. The longest part, I think, actually, will be the rendering, which will not be a matter for the stream. So I don't know. It should be pretty quick. Yeah, well, yeah, I know. I don't know. I mean, I feel like the MAGFest show is a bit lacking. I mean, it doesn't have Free, it doesn't have All Hail Shadow, because of all of the Friends with Benny songs that are in there. So it's a little bit, I don't know. I feel like it made sense because there was a rapper, a dedicated rapper and everything there, whereas like the other shows maybe not really. But I don't know. I mean, back when I was like super involved in this stuff, I cared a lot more. Nowadays I'm, like if he wants MAGFest again, he can have MAGFest again. That's fine, right? So I guess that's what we're gonna do. So I mean, let's just kind of go for it, because I've got a lot to do. You've probably got a lot to do. So let's kind of just, yep. Well, yeah, exactly, and that's one of the example songs. So it's going down now. The Pokemon theme, like just all of those songs are gonna stay, and even the length of MAGFest, which was shorter than it should have been. It should have been a little bit longer, but basically, like there was like they did a very bad job of saying how long the set was going to be. They implied it was going to be 45 minutes. Turns out it was an hour. So I don't, we had a bigger time slot than expected, and by that point it was too late to add songs because the band had already rehearsed what they had. So that's why the set is so short. But Johnny seems to just want that again, and to be honest, it is technically less work for me. So at this point, might as well just go for it, I think. So, yeah. So what I'm gonna do first is, if you've probably seen like a lot of the show visuals, you'll always see that I have the yeah, I know, right? I mean, he kind of does that anyway. I think there was a show where he did like a 6-minute speech. It's just like, it's just too long. It's too much. But yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to start with is I'm going to start with the logos, right? So each event needs, well, doesn't need, but each event kind of benefits from a logo for it. Because then I can have that in the visuals and use it. Obviously, I've got the visuals opened up here. Yeah, we'll go for that. And we'll kind of get that going. So let's start with Sonic Boost. Blank slate. No, it's crazy. Let's start with Sonic Boost. So here's what I'm picturing. First of all, we'll do the kind of typical thing where I say Crush 40 and then like Sonic Boost in the like Dementia text. It's the font that the logo uses. And then what I might try and do is I can kind of see like the top of this blue thing maybe in the top of this, and the bottom of this red thing maybe in the bottom of this. That's kind of what I'm seeing. I have no idea how it's going to look. This one's a lot more squashed than this, so we'll kind of see how it works, but hopefully it'll look okay. And yeah, hopefully we can knock that out, and then we'll go for it. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah. Cool. Let's get some Sonic Boost text down here first. We might even color it like blue than red. That'd be quite nice. So, to be honest, I should have tested this because I haven't actually tested this. But the way I always do it is I have a project. Yeah, I have a project basically ready to go. I'm not going to show all my project files, which I need to actually import as well. Actually, you can look if you want. There's nothing really that interesting there. I have a project file. Where would it be? By the way, my files are a complete mess because I've gone through like 3 migrations. Like I used to store them in one way, and then I changed how I did my folders to another way, and then I moved to Linux, and so now I've got like 3 different conflicting ways of storing files, and it's all just a little bit scattered. So I'm gonna have to find some stuff. But I'm pretty sure it should be somewhere in here. Let's see, 2024. There we go, Crush 40 theme text project. So there's a little project that I use for the logos, which basically it just contains some text in it, as you'll see. Hopefully, is the font really not installed? Are we really about to go and install a font? It looks like we might be. Oh, that's beautiful, yeah. Oh, it isn't installed. Wow. All right. Let's go and find Dementia. Bit of excitement. Dementia wide, regular. No, that's actually giving me results for Dementia. Let's see. Let's just search for the font. Hey, and you know what? Let's shove this over here. Okay. Dementia. Hey, DA font. I think that's pretty much where Charlie always done. That's not the font. That's where Charlie always got it from. Right. Let's just go to some random dodgy font sites and go grab the font. I think it's actually on the Discord, right? Maybe it's on the Discord. I swear Charlie sent it on here. Just search Dementia. Well, that site's not even up, so that's working really well. Maybe Fontsgeek's got us covered. You know what does have us covered? It's a Crush 40 website. Fonts. There it is. Oh, OTF had better work, because otherwise it's going to be very, very awkward. Let's see, so we'll hop into this absolute mess of a directory. Yeah. And I guess we'll make a new folder. Dementia. Just so I don't have such a mess going on in here. Where's dementia? There it is. Cool. Now I need to remember where the hell fonts go. Things like share fonts. Fonts, there we go. Yeah, that's where they go. And then they go into a folder. That's it, pretty much. Okay. So let's just go make a folder over there. Yeah, I got, oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I unfortunately ahead of you on that one. I already grabbed it. Hi. Welcome to the, well, there's not much going on right now, but welcome to the Crush 40 experience. Something like that. Right, dementia. Let's not do that. Let's start with just making a folder. Let's call it dementia. It's fine. Leaking my passwords to the world. That's fine. Honestly, you haven't missed much. I realized that I didn't even have a font installed that I needed to have installed, so I'm literally just doing that right now. Then that's fun. By the way, the whole reason I'm doing it from the command line is because I need to do it as admin, so makes things a bit easier. Cool. So that should now be in there. We just do that. Yeah, it's in there. Let's restart Resolve because it needs restarting after something like that. See how that goes. It better work because otherwise we're gonna have a lot of fun debugging this. Look at that. I'm a legend. Like, I'm just like, what can I say? Like, you can't. Just like hire me already. Okay. So this looks disgusting. Okay, and it renders as well. Perfect. Yeah, yeah. No, you literally haven't missed anything. Like, we literally just started and nothing has happened. What we're doing is we're making the visuals for 2 of Johnny's shows. One is at Sonic Boost, middle of August, and the other one's at MAGWest, which I should probably bring up as well. I think I have it over here. MAGWest 2026. Yeah. So we've also got it over at MAGWest as well, which you can see is also in the middle of. These are literally like 1 day apart. It's crazy. And Johnny wants. Yeah. And Johnny wants. Yeah, exactly. Works of Magic is gonna work some magic on this. It's a nice video. Yeah, so we're just making these shows. They're like literally 1 day apart. So I'm just gonna chuck the files over to Johnny, and he'll give them to the band. And the band's gonna take care of the rest, basically. It's very different than how it used to be because I used to like always be super involved in all the playback live and everything, and making sure that the crew knows what they're doing and everything. But like now that he's doing these full band shows, that basically the band will take care of all of it. So hey, works for me. Okay, so we've got. Yeah, so we've got this. So what I'm going to do, I'm working on the logo right now, and I'm just going to put the text Sonic Boost in the bottom left, and then we're going to try and put elements of the logo into this. We'll kind of see what we end up with. So all caps, Sonic Boost. Spread that across 2 lines. Don't know how to feel about that, to be honest. Play around with. Okay, that does look better actually. Yeah. I mean, it's the Dementia font with all of the same things with the outlines and stuff. So we'll take it. Hop in here. Let's save that into my projects. Johnny Show Visuals. Sonic Boost. Animated ones would be a pain. I mean, anything's feasible. Like anything's possible. But animated ones would be a bit of a pain. Because you'll see them in a bit, but the logo animations are already so absolutely decked out with stuff that adding even more effects is gonna suck. But I'll show you. You'll see that when we get there. Okay, we have got some stuff for this, so let's hop in. Show visuals. I'm blind. I'm going blind. Okay, so let's just get rid of this trash. Sonic boost. Yeah, I like the Dementia logo a lot. Actually, I think it's quite good. Let's drag it in. What the hell? Why is it a TGA? Oh, DaVinci Resolve. PNG me up, please. Thank you. Boom. Amazing. Now, for the image editing, I'm using GIMP. I literally only started using it recently, so I kind of have no idea what I'm doing. But we're gonna make it work anyway. Can we just get like some guidelines in here, because that would really help me a lot. Where on earth are those guides? New guide 5%, 50. I actually wanted it in the other direction, but you know we'll take that. It might be more powerful than GIMP. I have no idea. You know, I can just center these. Would have been nice if that snapped just like the other one did, but evidently we don't have the budget for that. Oh, it thinks. Ugh, of course, it thinks that that's the center. Okay, well, whatever. We'll just we'll do it like this instead. Just trying to get them lined up. Cool. Come on now. There we go. There's probably not enough space between those. Why does this one look? Taller. I think it's just a capital letter. Hey, Alan. Welcome to the stream. This is a little experiment I'm doing. As you can see, it's probably the most, like, not very professional stream in the world, but that is okay. I call it an intimate, Crush 40 intimate experience, you know. I don't know what I'm saying. Let's just crush these together. There we go. Sonic boost. Let's scale that down a bit. Maybe evenly. So, a funny thing, right? In a lot of programs, if you grab the corner of something, well, maybe not in a lot of programs, but in some programs, you grab the corner of something, it lets you squash it. So you can grab it from the corner and you can, like, you know, do stuff like that. In GIMP, by default, it doesn't let you squash it. But if you hold down Shift, it does. But in other programs where it does let you squash it, holding down Shift stops it from squashing it. So I always instinctively grab this and hold down Shift, and then I push it down and I'm like, no, it's squashing it. I have to undo that and actually do it properly without holding down Shift. It's just fun stuff. It's the fun life. Oh, you got a job interview. What are you applying for? Or, you know, I mean, if that's something you want to share, and you excited for it, or? By the way, I have no idea how long the latency on this stream is. I think it's like low latency, so I should be pretty quick to respond to chat messages, but it could be like way off. You guys can inform me of what that's like. Okay. Filters. I think it's in filter. No, there's definitely a invert colors separately. Question is where? Not under color management. You might think it'd be under. I think it might. It's not. No, it's not edit. Edit's crazy. Edit's wild. Colors. There's literally a whole thing called colors. That's going to do the whole layer, isn't it? No, it just took 1 million CPU, but okay, 1 to 4 seconds is okay. It's not too bad. So I don't know whether to invert the left or the right. It's usually what I do, right? Is that I like have one bit in white and then one bit in black. Don't know which. That's too fudge. Don't know which to do. So this is GIMP right now, which is just an image editor. So it's kind of like Photoshop, but like really low budget and not as good. But once I've got this logo, or I've got a logo, I might even tweak it like after the stream. But once I've got a logo, we're going to hop into DaVinci Resolve, which is my video editing program. And then we'll actually like chuck it all together and put it into the logo animations you see at the shows. So like if I must have some. Maybe let's hop onto my hard drive. Famous last words. Oh, there's so much stuff in there. If we look at like MAGWest, for example, and we look at the final rendered thing, wherever that is. New visuals, what does that even mean? I like even the stuff from last year is apparently a mess. Renders. I'm just blind. It's okay. If we look at like, well, maybe not that, but if we look at like this, you probably hear it as well, right?
There's just not enough memory.
Bit of a bad example, but if we look at like, what happened to? Oh, okay. Let's live and learn. Okay, well, just take this. This is like super ultra wide screen because MAGWest has.
There's just not enough memory to save your game, Mr. President.
But if we said, so we're going to put it into this basically. Right, we're going to put the logo into this, and all of the logo animations that appear throughout the show. Into that one. You can kind of see what I mean, right? So for MAGWest, I made that logo, which is like incorporated into the thing. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Of course, MAGWest is a full band.
Danger, water rising.
Anyways, so that's pretty much the idea there. Okay, I'm gonna invert this bit, because visual volume's way like actually, yeah, that probably would be, wouldn't it? Well, it's a good thing there was barely anything happening. It should be sorted now. Okay, let's invert this. Boom. Cool. So ugly. Well, there we go. We got some text. I'll mess around with this because I always never know the isolated Johnny. Yeah, I know. Well, you'll hear a lot more of that in a bit. Is that now too quiet? Let's go to something with some actual sound.
Our hearts together form awesome power.
Hopefully the volume levels on that are okay. You can let me know. Oh, that's cool. It'd be really cool if MAGWest streams that show as well. I mean, like, I don't know how many of us have seen the MAGWest video, but like, yes, I am so happy with that video. I mean, it's basically the best video that the band has ever gotten in, you know, years, and it just kind of seems like kind of fitting to sort of, because these are basically like trailing shows now at this point. A lot of this is done in terms of like this solo show stuff. It's kind of at an end now. There's just a few shows left, and yeah, like that having that MAGWest video, it was like 8 cameras and like really, you know, multi-tracks, all of that kind of stuff. That was so sick. That was just awesome. And after all these years, you know, having one video like that is just, it's nice to have. Yeah. Let's go grab the Sonic Boost logo. Let's not leak all of the sites that I regularly use. It's just pony sites, so there's not really much to see, but you know. Okay, so we've got the Sonic Boost logo. This looks incredibly low resolution, but we'll make it work anyway. because we can. And thanks Works Magic. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. I mean, just what I'll just for those like you who haven't seen it. See if we can put it up. Deafen everyone. But yeah, it's just of the whole show.
We take all the moves, we make all the pain and stake. I see the chaos for everyone. Setting the stage for a hero's parade.
Fun stuff. Hopefully the volume on that is alright, by the way. I have no idea. Okay. This will be interesting. Yeah, I think we did have an event for it. That's okay. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like it's not your job. See, I did it again. It's not your job, so we're just gonna scale this up because, to be honest, well, I mean, there's probably a better quality source, isn't there? Let's be real. This is just gonna be an absolutely. Actually, that's better. Well, it's kind of the same. It's just sharpened. It's not an image. I will make do with this, and if I find a better quality source, I'll use that. But I'll use this for now. Gotta stop doing that. Mainly because it's proof of concept. And also, I don't really want to spend this whole thing messing around in GIMP because there's more interesting things to do. But, yeah. By the way, it is so hot here, I'm definitely going to have to turn on a fan. Because this is... It's pretty hot. I think RM's hopped up to his interview, which is pretty cool. Something we could also do, and I've always done this, since this, because I don't see without like crazy. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna turn mine on. It's just crazy. It shouldn't be too loud. I say as it's at like -30, like it's not even that far. Like if I plug this in here, I can actually hear my mic. One sec. And that is very tight. Okay, there we go. Now, yeah, that's definitely okay. And yeah, I to be honest, because I can hear the fan so much IRL, I can't really hear it in my ears unless I absolutely boost it, which maybe I should just do. I just want to hear what it sounds like real quick. Oh yeah, I hear that. Yeah. Whatever. Really, I should just be using the output of my audio interface all the time, so I don't have to be hot swapping cables, but it's got some technical issues. So we're not doing that. Okay, what I'm gonna do, and I've kind of done this before, what I'll do is I'll leave this here for now, and we'll pick this up in a bit. I'm going to sort of alternate. So this is something that I like to do a lot, is I like to alternate between things. So that way I don't burn myself out on any one thing. So I'm going to hop over to visuals a bit, work on that a bit, and then we'll come back to this and mess around some more. Or at least it's something that I've started to do lately. I mean, in the past I didn't really, but I started to do it a lot more. Yeah. Cool. So we're done with that. So that... Of course, it didn't actually leave. Not gonna. There is actually some stuff in here that I want to keep not being shown to the world for now. So here we are in this project. That's going to be a lot of fun to deal with. So Let's start with the logo animations because they're kind of the most interesting thing. Yeah, you can see it all okay. And this is where we get to discover the lovely joys of how horribly broken and slow Resolve is in general. Especially on my machine. But just in general, how horrible of an experience it is. So, yeah, yeah, literally. Well, I mean, you can actually see the temperature at the top. So right now, we're just chilling at 50 degrees, but you will see it bump up. Oh, thanks. Which bit? I mean, I kind of, like, it just kind of evolved. So, like, it all started with Chile in 2023, well, end of 2022. And then, like, every show, we just kept adding more and more to it. And, you know, there's stuff like the, having the custom logos and stuff was an idea because we wanted to have it be, like, feel personal to that show. And that's obviously what I'm going to be doing as well with the logo that we're making, that we'll come back to. So yeah, it's just kind of how it all evolved, and you'll see like some of the you'll see some of the great decisions that have been made, and you also see some of the terrible decisions that have been made as we go through this. So that'll be fun. So when it comes to the logo animations, and I know because I've done this a few times now, if we go in here for a sec. Obviously there's a logo up in front. Pinball PA was really weird. So that was a show that had about 12 people in the crowd, I think in total. I've got some stuff for you actually to do with that show. I've got soundboard and I've got like a lot of footage of it, even though there were like 12 people in the crowd. But that's a show that yeah, tiny show, and for some reason it's one of the shows I remember the most. Like I just remember, actually it's 1080p. I just remember sorry. Like I just remember working really hard on that show, even though there was like nobody in the crowd. So I don't really remember why. I think it was that like, I don't even remember. I just remember, I know that Joseph actually flew out to that show, even though there were like 10 people there. And it was a really, really weird one. It was a very, very weird one. But yeah, I remember liking that logo. And I think there was a big gap. Maybe this is why I remember it so well. I think there was a big gap after Pinball PA in the next show. So by the time I came out to the next show, I was picking up the pieces that were left from Pinball PA and like using them, and I don't know, I think that's probably why. I know. It was also like really weird, like I think the people who ran the venue were like, you know, like I'm not gonna get like political or anything, but I think they were big like MAGA fans and stuff. Like it was all just really weird, and I think someone was recounting that Johnny and Ben like gave each other a look, and they were like, yeah, maybe this isn't really maybe this isn't really the best place to be, kind of thing. I can't remember exactly what it was that they like saw in the back, but they were just like, yeah, maybe this isn't the best. And it's just weird, really weird show. Yeah, I mean, did that a bunch. Mr. Non-Gamer. I mean, he loves to talk about that, but it's like, you know, if you like, it's very cute, like being all like, you know, yeah, like I don't play the games, you know, so it's super hype that I'm now playing them. It's also just like, well, couldn't you have like, I don't know. But okay, so Pinball PA, yeah, Pinball PA. That completely threw me off because I just have really weird memories of that. Well, the Speed of Sound tour is going to a lot of places. It's an opportunity. I don't know if it's going anywhere. I mean, where, like, roughly where are you, Jeff and Maya? Like, you in the US or another country? We're just chilling on the MAGWest. Oh, nice. Well, I think there might be some opportunities coming up, so I mean, you know, like if you're able to, of course, like it's not, you know, and at least there's always the videos and everything. Yeah, it was funny. It was quite funny to watch the clips of that. Okay, so in the logo animations, we got the logo, which we will finish, but we've also got in the back, you'll notice that there's all this text, so we've got to change all that. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with that first, and then we'll deal with the logo and everything too. So if we hop in here, as you can see, it's very broken right now, and I don't know why it's very broken, so we're going to figure that out real quick. Yeah, I don't know why it's so broken, because it's all loading in. So that's in there. Let's see. This is in there. Well, it's not even really completely Linux, it's just kind of, yeah, that background text. Yeah, so if you look, right, you see in here it says MAGWest all over it. Well, these shows are Sonic Boost and MAGWest, so they're not MAGFest. They're not in Washington. It is still 2026, so that one can stay. But yeah, like some of that background text has to change. I kind of like the emblems can stay. In fact, we might even try. Maybe we can see if we can get the Sonic Boost logo in here instead of the MAGFest text. I don't know. The pipes and everything can stay, but yeah, that stuff all has to be done. So why do I just have so much nonsense open? Okay. So let's first of all figure out why this is broken. So this is all the moving text here, and if I actually scroll, you should see it move. I hope. Okay. This is okay, right, so this is working, this is broken. Because this, okay. So basically, which graphic? This. So here's what's happened. So in January, I moved from Windows to Linux, and I haven't completely updated my like show visuals to Linux yet. So all of my file paths have changed. Like all of my files are moved around, and I haven't completely updated the project yet. And unfortunately, because of the way that Resolve works and the way that Fusion, like this crazy thing that lets me do all this stuff, works, you just kind of have to go fix them manually. So yeah, that's fun. But when we did MAGFest, I did this way over the top, and in hindsight I wish I hadn't done this, but I did this way over the top like redo of all of the visuals that make it a lot easier to make mass changes like that, so we should be okay. Okay, so problem here is, and I'm trying to remember this because I haven't touched this in like 6 months, it's kind of like code. Like you write sometimes you write code and you look at it 6 months later and you don't remember what it's supposed to do or why you did it that way. That's pretty much what's about to happen here. But yeah, so I can see this one's loading, and this one is red. I'll zoom in so you can actually see it. This one is red, and also just like not showing up. Yeah. So this one's broken, and it's because this one's a Windows. Really, I need like a zoom, don't I? But it's because this one's like a Windows thing. You can't even see it anyway. It's because this one's like a Windows file path. Whereas this one's like a Linux one. So we're just going to shove this in here and hope that that'll fix everything. Sure. What's the worst that can happen? Well, that's very green. Now you might be wondering, why is it green? That's a very good question, because I don't know. Cool. Fun stuff. But this one's using the top one anyways, doesn't matter. Tree is still a tree. It pretty much is, yeah. So like if I pull this up, right, you got it's called nodes. It's like a nodes based system. So it's kind of like an assembly line, and everything comes together. So what I'll do, like if we start from the end and work our way back, you'll see how everything kind of flows. So I zoom in real quick. So this is the end here. Okay, so it looks like some of the things are coming through. This is the end here. If I go back one, the logo, then this brings in the logo. So if I go before this, there's no logo anymore. So it's like, yeah, I know. So it's like this one brings in the logo, and all of this stuff down here is for the logo. All of this is the logo. And then this one brings in the background. Like you see the cars in the background. It brings that in. So that's what all of this over here is. And that also feeds into the logo because the logo shows like the stuff in the middle. Then this one brings in the like moving text. You see once I go back to this, background's gone. Then this brings in the moving text, which is all of this stuff up here. That's like the text and the pipes and stuff. You know, if we look at like MAGWest, that's all of this stuff in the back. That's the bit that's broken. And then this is just the background. Yeah, there's not much to see there. So it's kind of like an assembly line. Like this middle bit is the main bit. It's literally like an assembly line. You know, you got background, then you got the moving text, then you got the like video in the back, and then you got the logo, and then you have the end result. So it's all like an assembly line, and then in that assembly line comes in all the stuff on the edges and everything. And yeah. Yeah, I did. Yeah. So the Crushcast episode 2, I don't know how many have seen it, but yeah, because the Crushcast episode 2 has should actually just be, oh, it's going to be on my new files. Why did that one choose to open in VLC? I don't know. But VLC does not work.
He
very
would
well on
experience
Wayland.
the light.
Yeah. So this, I mean, well, this was kind of, so I had a project file from 2023 for this, but I hadn't done the background, or I hadn't even really done any of the processing on these things either. So it was kind of like, it kind of didn't exist anyway. So I just kind of did it from scratch basically in the last few months. So that actually worked okay because I could do that. Yeah. So these images, I had so many images, and even now, I mean, you should see, so like part of the reason it took so long to get this video out is it was just miserable. Like working on this was just miserable, not only because of like what the story is and how depressing that is, but also getting together, I think there's like 250 video clips or images in this video. That's fair. But if you hop back, hey, I'll tell you what, if you hop back a little bit later, then we'll probably be a lot further along and you have something, there'll be something a bit more interesting to see. But yeah, like this video took so long because it was so much work and I didn't really want to do it. Right? I didn't want to do it for months. So I just spent months, well, I spent 2 years procrastinating it, and only in the last few months did I finally convince myself to finish it. Yeah. Well, yeah, I know. But like, there's literally so many images in here, and even now there's images I wish I'd put in that I hadn't. There's also bits that are like, yeah. But yeah, I did all of this fairly recently, so actually it kind of worked out because I had all the, I did it on Linux, so it just worked. But when stuff's come from Windows, it's all a bit broken. Okay, so why is this text broken? Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's kind of like the mentality I had with a lot of these shows, is like, why don't I just go the best I can because I can, you know? Something like that. Okay, so all of this, what I'm doing is I'm working my way through the assembly line to figure out why it's broken. Although I reckon it's going to be somewhere over here. All of this is working. Okay, this is broken because it's got like a big media offline in the middle, which looks really weird. Let's work our way back. There we go. We're finding some of the broken stuff now. So the pipes are there. Ah, we have no big pipe. Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it? What even is this? I think this is coming from the media pool. Okay. So the reason it's broken is because of this right here, this big pipe. It can't find the file. Now this should be somewhere in the media pool up here. So if I can find that, I should be able to right click on it and fix it. It's probably going to be under MAGWest. It might be under shared. There it is, yep. And you see it's even in red as well. Don't know if I can't zoom in. It's even in red as well. So what we'll do is we shall... Let's go render big pipe, because I don't think I have it on Linux, and then we'll hook it up. So this is where all of the stuff is made from. Not this one. This one. And in fact, if we actually look at this, where the... Okay, it's not even in here either. Oh, I need the real. I need the one that's labeled real on it. We've got the fake one over here. We've got the real one over here. If I go in here, this is where like all the background stuff's generated from. So all of the nodes you see there isn't even all of it. This is like all the moving text. Basically what I do for the logo animations, it was too slow to render if I rendered all of the like moving text in the back with the logo and the background and everything. It was just too slow. And unfortunately, DaVinci Resolve has a memory leak in it, where the memory usage just goes up and up and up as it renders the logo animations. So it literally could not render a full show without crashing. It would just use too much memory and then it would crash. Every time. And it would do it pretty quick. So what I did, that was the first thing. The second thing was that I didn't want, every time I have a new show and I want to change all this text, I didn't want to have to go to every single logo animation and fix the text. Right? I just wanted to like change it once and then have it just all apply. So what I did is, instead of putting all the moving text stuff in the logo animations, I do it separately, then I render it out, and then I use it in the logo animations. So I've got this separate thing here on a separate timeline that's actually all of that moving text stuff, and I tweak it, render it out over the last render out, and just instantly all of the logo animations start using it. They instantly get all the new text. You can actually see I've actually gone in here and changed this for the Crushcast. So you see it says Crushcast all over it and podcast and all of that, because that's what I did for the Crushcast. I just went into here, literally into the show visuals project file, changed the text, rendered it out, and then just started using it over in the Crushcast project file. So yeah, but anyway, so the problem is, the reason it's not working over here is we are missing a file. One of the things I need to render out from there is missing. So we're going to render that out right now, because it's only one single frame and it shouldn't be too hard. I need to stop doing that. I need to go to the real one. In fact, we can just close this. So if we go in here, somewhere will be the thing to render it out. Here it is. There we go. This is literally all we need, is we need this big pipe. That's it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn this on. Okay, it's Control P. It's a bit weird. I'm going to turn off any other rendering things. Like basically you can have nodes that like render out in here, which I don't want. And I'm just going to go, yeah, well exactly. And I mean, it sucks that DaVinci Resolve sucks so much. Like it's so okay with DaVinci Resolve, this is kind of the thing. If you live in the edit timeline, like if you live in this page here and you just do this stuff and you don't touch all the node stuff, it's great. It's completely fine. I haven't really seen any major issues there. In fact, the only major issues I do have there at the moment are issues with DaVinci Resolve on Linux, because it doesn't work perfectly on Linux. It works pretty well, but it doesn't work perfectly, and it kind of brought some of its own issues with it, which I kind of expected, but it works better than I expected, so I'm not complaining too much. So this is fine. If you live here, it's all good, right? As soon as you go over to Fusion, to this thing, this node thing, everything just goes to shit. It all just falls apart. It is buggy, it is slow, and there's ways to make it faster that should just be the default, but just aren't for some reason. It's not very modular, so like there's something that really annoys me with the visuals is I have to do a lot of work to update all. I can't just instantly replace the logo in all the logo animations. It doesn't have like modularity where you can do that. So that kind of sucks. And it really is, but like, they still, I can't remember if it's this one or the keyframes editor, one of these panels, if you use it even just for a little bit, it just becomes a mess on the screen, and it all just gets very glitchy and very broken. I don't know why. I don't know like where the quality control is, but it really does feel like with Fusion, and I totally get that Fusion isn't really made for this. It's more made for like, you know, cinema, like taking a video and processing it, not for making graphics like I'm doing. But it really does kind of suck. And again, that memory leak has been there now for well over a year. And I get it in basically every project I use where I use Fusion. It's Fusion that does it, right? It's fine if I don't have any of these node stuff. As soon as I do, it starts happening. It's just Fusion. It's always just Fusion, man. In Fusion, there's two ways of loading images. There's two ways of loading images, and one is sometimes faster than the other, but not always faster than the other. It's like all of this stuff should be fast, and I shouldn't have to be stressing about optimizing my visuals so they render quicker. They should just render quickly to begin with. And I don't know. So, you know, I feel like I think they're just struggling a bit with Fusion, and I don't know what the reason for that is. It is pretty huge. It's a lot to maintain, but they do seem to be struggling with it a bit. So that's kind of my rant about DaVinci Resolve over. Anyways, let's render this out. So I literally just need a PNG of this, and it will fix everything. So let's not render it out to there, because that doesn't exist. Let's go into Project, Johnny Show Visuals, Logo Background. Let's just put it right here. Let's do Big Pipe .exr. Fusion really likes .exr files, except when it doesn't. So I tend to use those. And let's render that. So if we got to this hidden little menu, that is rendering way more than I wanted it to. That has probably just filled my drive with a load of crap that I did not need in my life. Oh, it hasn't. Well, it rendered something then. It was not this. What did it just absolutely stomp over? Okay, I don't know. It rendered a lot more frames than I was expecting. Let's just render one frame, because that is all I need. There we go. So hopefully we now have a big pipe. I don't know. Yeah, it's gonna open this in GIMP, isn't it? There we go. We have a big pipe. It looks super weird because, right, yeah, for a number of reasons. Okay. That's up in here. There's big pipe in here. So if we grab this and we tell it replace. See, this is what I mean. So you can't really see it, but this is the crush cast. It's just like 200 PNG files that I had to collect together bit by bit. Kind of sucked. Big pipe. Cool. Big pipe. Hey, look, that looks good. That seems to be working nicely. It's really interesting that it says MAGWest, even though, of course, I rendered over the thing for the crush cast. Oh, I see. It's just loading from that. Okay. Tell you what, let's also move this to... Let's just have everything use one place so I don't get really confused in my life. Let's go into here. Logo background. Let's find file 0. Yeah, that's probably fine. Sure. There we go. Awesome. So now I can just render over that and I know that it will start using it. So that's fixed. So all it was just, yeah, we're just missing that file. Let's change the text. Let's change the moving text. So, if we hop into here, let's get rid of all of this nonsense from my life. I'll keep the camera down here for now. Yeah, so this is like what it takes to make the like moving text with the like pipes and everything. So you can see this is kind of the result. This renders pretty quick actually. Well, especially if I set a bit of a wider range. No, can I just unclick that please? Yeah, so there's that. I don't know if you... I'll spare everyone the breakdown of how the moving text works, but if you want me to kind of flow through it, I could. But basically, each column here is one row of the text. In fact, if I do this, I can actually click through them all, and you can actually see all of them kind of coming together. If I scroll with my mouse wheel, it doesn't scroll. I have to grab this and drag. Why? I don't know. Just do. Yeah. So you can see all of that stuff. And down here it is actually kind of highlighting where each one's coming from on the nodes. So it's all just coming, like each column is a row on the thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in and change these. So it's not Crushcast, it's Sonic Boost. So let's find that. It's probably the show name, I reckon. Yep, there it is. Crushcast. I have no idea what the squiggly line is, but... Oh, it's spell check. They've added spell check. So what they do is they add a bunch of features that I don't really need in my life, instead of fixing the problems that are pretty big problems to my life. They added a font manager, and when I open it on Linux, it just crashes the whole program. Really, really helpful feature. Okay, so we are no longer Crushcast, we are Sonic Boost. I've got two monitors, so I'm obviously reading the chat off of my second monitor. In terms of, I mean, Resolve isn't very good at multi-monitor. Okay, it's not great. Like, you can shove it off to another screen, but it decides what goes on the second screen, and you can't customize it. It just kind of has its own ideas. You can probably shove this onto a second monitor. Hey debug. Or Burnbot. I don't know if you heard, well, actually, I'll leave it as a surprise for later, but some Found Lost Media dropping soon. Works of Magic can talk more about that. It's pretty exciting. I was going to tell you, but... Okay. So I've got some Sonic Boost text in here now. It's kind of overlapping because it was bigger than Crushcast. Luckily, I've set this up so it's like super. Yeah, unfortunately, not that good. Anyone who finds that will get £1,000 from me. If anyone finds Sonic Boom 2013, like that's it, I'm paying you £1,000. That's a promise. Yeah, it was very lost before. Okay, so this is kind of messed up right now because it's like, because the size changed. Luckily, I've set this up to make it as easy as possible. I just have to go in here and click this, and it mostly works, but it kind of doesn't work because Fusion sucks. So let's now mess with this until it looks okay. Seems fine. Maybe there's a bit too much gap. Squash them together a bit more. Maybe. I don't know, what would you say? Like, so we can either push it apart more or push it together. I think podcast has a bit more. It is this errors demi ITC. I can't remember why, but it's there. I don't know. I don't really remember the origin story of why I started using this font. I'll maybe give them a little bit more gaps so they're consistent. That's fine. Yeah, I think so. Okay, it's obviously not a podcast. Where is Sonic Boost? I think it's in San Diego, right? Sonic Boost. Yes, in San Diego, so we'll make it say San Diego. As always, it's all messed up now, but if we click this, see, this one actually worked, except with a really, really thick gap now. That's not even anything to do with me. It's just how it goes. Let's see if we can get this looking a bit better though. I'm trying to, hold on, squash them together. There we go. Nice. So we've done those. Sonic Boost. That's pretty much all that needs to change, really, right? Well, let's do the year as well. So the Crush cast in the back has 2023, 2026, because it kind of came from both. Obviously, it doesn't really make much sense for this. Will this work first try? That's pretty good. Well, I might squash them together a bit more. There we go. Nice. Let's get this out of the way. So this looks pretty good now. I was considering, I guess we could try to. Tell you what, if we go in here real quick, let's see if we can like make this way, way bigger. Center it. Resize. Let's see if we can just like line this up on one line and then I mean, I think 2013 I was pretty obsessed with it at that time, you know. Maybe do something like this. Yay. No budget for the top of the B. I think honestly we're probably best off giving up on the like grey border on it. I think that might actually just mess things up more. Hold on, I've got a vision here. Is where we're going. That is literally trash. Cool. It's not perfect. It doesn't need to be perfect at all, because if it did, then this would be a bit weird. Just chopped and stuff off the bottom there. Now what I want to do, I mean, okay, this is a bit obnoxious. The drop shadow is a bit obnoxious, really, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, that's a bit too much. And same thing over here, and what I'll do is I'll actually up the thing as well, because that was not enough. And for some reason I stuck with it anyway. You know what, I'll call this a feature. So, we'll just pretend it's all on the canvas. Now what I wanted to do is kind of just crush this down to black and white. Now, how we want to do that, there's like probably a million different ways we could do that. We can always just drag this down, maybe for the whole image would be good. So that is not really going to accomplish it much, but see, yeah, so that's getting a bit. Happens if we then go and do that again. Not gonna do much. Okay. Oh, what was it I even did before? Curves, yeah. Try. This just shows, right, that I do not know. Okay, well, there we go. That I do not know anything about image editing. Okay. Yeah, this is an interesting artistic expression of the logo. Maybe I did this a bit too haphazardly. This is something. Yeah, that didn't really work. Basically, the vision is, you know, like with the MAGWest logo, I did a. Where we look at it, did this kind of thing. Thinking I might do something like that. But and I kind of like actually that the lightning's left like a transparent gap in it. That's actually quite cool. Unintended side effect. But this is definitely going to need to maybe be done properly than just like really last minute crazy like that. Yeah, I'd have to clean up the edges and stuff. Okay, Sonic Boost San Diego 2026. And you ready? Okay. So minus the possibility of putting that logo in there, this is all good. Next thing. So we can see this is rendering quite nicely. I need to fix. It's rendering mostly nicely. That's because it's looping. That's fine actually. When I render it out properly, basically I rendered it at a lower resolution for the crash cast, because it was only 1080p and there's no like diagonal tilt going on in that, but there is one here. So once it hits the end, it just wraps around and then it becomes a bit of a mess. It's fine though, because when I actually render it out properly, I'll render it at the right resolution and that will show up. So I think, let me just check where the logo comes from in here. Okay, it comes from the media pool, which means you can change it at any time. So that's fine. So, depends, hey bit, depends on the show. Usually, they're 1080p. And historically, they always have been 1080p. When MAGFest came along, it was really interesting. Because what they had is they had one screen in the center that was like normal. It wasn't actually 16:9, it was like a weird resolution where it was a bit taller than it was. It was a bit weird, so I kind of had to make some adjustments for that. But they had a screen in the middle. I am very quickly speeding through the next two solo shows for Johnny. Not putting very much work into them. But I'm basically getting the logo in, changing the background, all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, MAGWest and Sonic Boost, which are both one day apart from each other in the middle of August. I kind of told myself I wouldn't do this, but yeah, exactly. And you know, if it means that we get to carry on all the work we did, then hey, it's kind of nice, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is that like. Up until MAGFest, every screen has been 1080p at the events. And when it's on a stage, unless it's a really big screen, you can't really see a difference. And, well, yeah, I mean, I kind of know all the stuff. So I figured I might as well. Yeah, so at the shows, you can't really tell. So I do 1080p 60. So, because you can tell the 60, right? You can feel the smoothness. Oh my god, yeah, there was some crazy resolutions. Shoutouts to Chile, where they squashed the visuals to match the aspect ratio of the screen. I think that was Chile 2025. That was pretty jokes. I wasn't the most pleased with that when I saw that, but it's their problem. Yeah. So I normally do 1080, but MAGFest was weird. So it had that screen in the middle, but it also had a bunch of extra screens on the side. So I had this really cool idea of making it like ultra widescreen and then spreading it out across all the screens. So that's why when you look at MAGFest, it's super wide because you got the middle area, which is like 1080p with a little bit on the top and a little bit on the bottom extra, and then you got all this stuff on the side for the extra screens. And what I was going to do is I set up my laptop so I could do, like, they gave us the spec sheets and everything of the screens and how they needed to be output. Basically, it was one HDMI for the middle and then one HDMI for all the wings. So I prepared all the files for that, all the stuff for that. But then, of course, I couldn't actually go to the event, so that went unused. It took a lot of work to adapt the visuals to make it like ultra widescreen and have stuff to show on the sides. Unfortunately, it went unused because I couldn't make it, which is really sad because that took a lot of effort, and I was actually really excited about it, but it didn't go used. So what you'll see at the actual show is it's just the center bit, just one signal, and then they do some live like blurring for the other screens, like the default thing they do when bands don't have custom visuals for all the little screens, but we did, and I put a lot of work into us having that, and it's just a bit depressing really, but you know, it is what it is. And we're gonna see, because this is the first show since MAGWest, a lot of consequences of it being made like that. I think there's gonna be some adaptations needed to make it 1080p again. Yeah. Okay, so this is now working. So I'm pretty happy to take this and apply it to all the logo animations now. So yeah, so I guess we'll do that. Now, when I did MAGWest, I cleaned up the entire project, and you can kind of see that reflected a bit here in like all of the color coding and everything. So obviously you've got all your audio tracks, as you'd kind of expect, a bunch of click tracks as well. And but also up in the video space you've got, let's unmute everything. Yeah, well here we go, exactly. I've even got a visualizer for it. You can see exactly what I mean. It's a bit broken because this is set to 1080p, but you've got like the screens. There's a lot of stuff in here. So this was like the setup, and they had a middle screen, and they had these other ones, and so I wanted to make use of all of them. But yeah, cool. So what I did is I made this timeline like super neat, way neater than I should have, right? Does that lag the entire stream? I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it probably does. I mean, wow, yeah, like even the choppiness of that. I think we're gonna take some of these off because it seems to be struggling for literally no reason whatsoever. In fact, I think it might actually be dead. Okay, there's screen viz. Okay. Well, it's lagging. Okay, that's good, because it's lagging visually for me. So, I'm glad we can see the same things. This is what I mean, right, about DaVinci Resolve. It's using, like, 12 gigabytes of RAM, which might actually be in the range I set it, but... Yeah, that's killed it. So we're gonna restart Resolve because I'm not dealing with that. Lots of Amy's. Lots of Amy's. I guess I showed the project in the end anyway. Okay. You can go analyze it later. Yeah, the full Amy's. Yeah, that's because of this, which we don't need anymore. Don't really need this in our life either. Yeah, but basically for MAGWest, I made it like super neat, and I got this nice little chain of things you can see. So this zooms in. You can see it doesn't really work properly because this was set up for the 4K ultra widescreen, and I haven't adjusted it yet for 1080p. This does, like, this was for the extra side screens and like copying bits from the middle over to them where applicable, but like the logo animations didn't do it. So like you can kind of see all the stuff on there, but most of this we will not be using for the... Yeah, I know. Most of this we will not be using for the show visuals, but yeah, it's all kind of neatly wrapped up. And then we've got... So we've got all of the video clips in blue. Then we've got in orange, we've got all of the processing for them. In purple up here, we've got like color flashes, I think. Yeah, so that's just like solid colors, like white, because I didn't want that to have all the crap apply to it. And then in yellow we have the logo animations, like including things like, we'll have to fix these, things like this is the Sonic Heroes logo appearing, and this is the Sonic Boom things, There's the live and learn things, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So let's go and mass apply all of these. So if we just turn all of this off and just turn the logo animations on, what we can do is we can go into Fusion, we can bring up clips, and then down here at the bottom we can actually see all of the logo animations, and we can hop through them and put the stuff in. So what I really wish I did was I wish I put a bit more thought into this actually. Let's set some colors on these. Let's do some lime for the logo animations. I just want to mark up which things are logo animations and which things aren't. That looks like a logo animation. Yeah, it is a logo animation. Got one over here. That looks like, no, that is just that. I actually don't think there's lots of logo animations in this. Okay, this one's technically a logo, but I don't think it has like a background on it. Yeah, this one seems to actually be working. Because if I turn on the stuff underneath, yeah, that looks fine. This is going to be Night of the Wind. Yeah, I already know it's logo animation. Let's color it. This is a logo, but it's not an animation. I am all of me. Hey Armor, yeah, I'm just kind of coloring some stuff right now. We're making visuals for, in fact, you know, I'll edit the title of the stream because it literally is not being reflected one bit in it. Now you might be wondering, how do I edit the title of the stream? And that would be a very good question. There we go. And MAGWest. Absolutely. Absolute cinema. Now let's bring that back up. Oh, YouTube broke. How great. Well, that's very unfortunate. Don't you love modern technology? Oh, it's because I switched accounts. I switched to Johnny's account. Hold on. Bear with me. This is very smooth technical issues. But like, who made this UI and why? There we go. I'm not a pro at anything, so don't worry about it. Oh, it updated the thing anyway, I think. As far as I can tell, it worked. Let me know if it didn't. Okay. You know, so when I started the stream, I had a different stream key in than the one for like my channel. And obviously I have the stream key for Johnny's channel from TMG. So I was worried for a second. I was like, wait, no, hold on. We didn't stream to Johnny's YouTube, did we? Because that would have been a bit awkward. But no, I knew I couldn't have, because that was back on Windows. I had that set up. I didn't have it set up here. So I was like, hold on, let's just make sure that we didn't stream to Johnny's YouTube, but it was all good. Although it would have been really funny. It probably would not have been very great. This is a logo animation for Never Turn Back. I'm just colouring them all in so I can tell what is one and what isn't one. I think that's the last one. We've got all of these fuck-ass animations I have to deal with as well. This is why I hate Resolve. It's like there's so much effort involved to update these visuals, and you'll see it as we go through, and there's literally nothing I can do about it. I've tried so many things to just make it like one click and I can just change all the text. None of them really work. So yay. Okay, so what I can do now is I can grab all of this. What I did is, back when I did, I'm Johnny, guys. What's up, everyone? It's Johnny. I honestly, if I did these visuals again, I would not use Resolve. because good lord. Now, what I did when we did MAGFest, and I spent so much time on this, I don't know why I spent so much time on this, is I basically, you see all these things up here, right? I got really tired. What I used to have is, like, when the logo animation starts, there's like a zoom in, right? And there's also other effects in there. And so there's lots of keyframes all over the nodes for those things. The thing is that those things are different per song. Some songs have a slower zoom in, some songs have a really fast zoom in. Some songs, like Open Your Heart, have this tilting thing, other songs don't have the tilting thing. So what used to happen in the visuals is, and like there's loads of effects in the MAGFest one. There's one for Night of the Wind that's kind of like a shimmer effect and all kinds. And what I used to do is, of course, I had to change these things to change the text and change the logo and stuff. I would do it for one, and then I had to copy it, go over to the next one, paste it in, but make sure I move the keyframes over and make sure it was all like, man, it was just an absolute pain. Luckily, even though it sucked, because Fusion sucks, there's sort of a pretty garbage, but sort of way of dealing with that I've done, which is, here are all of my keyframes for this specific Open Your Heart logo animation. And I've got like a bunch of things here about what all the settings are. Like, this is it. Like, I couldn't even really name them. So like, if I go into ADJ here, ADJ number 1 is the logo's adjustment size. So if I up that, as you can see, absolutely nothing happens. Oh, we lost something. Well, I guess we, oh, there we go. Cool. So DaVinci Resolve just killed my entire machine. There we go. So it probably did work. It just lagged so much you didn't see it. But yeah, literally. So I've got it like in here. I've got all of these. Oh yeah, Resolve's dead. Resolve's died. I can't click on anything. So yeah, so this is new to Linux, as in this wasn't a problem on Windows. So Resolve already wasn't great on Windows, didn't really get better. I mean, I kind of expected it wouldn't, but yeah, didn't get better when I moved to Linux. No, you cannot resolve this one. So this, as far as I'm aware, basically Linux is kind of going through a bit of a like redo at the moment with how like desktop machines work. They're basically like redoing it, and there's this new protocol for programs to like put themselves on the screen and for like all the interaction, and it's called Wayland. But it's still really new, and it's only really taken off in the last 3 to 4 years. So what you have is you have an old system called X, not to be confused with Twitter. You have an old system called X that's been around since like the 80s, and you've got a new system called Wayland, and a lot of programs don't support Wayland yet properly. Yeah, and Wayland's like great. It's a really, arguably too well made protocol in the sense that they take fucking forever to like they have like these discussions that are like 1,000 messages long about like the protocol should have this, or it should have this, or it should have, and it just goes on and on and on, and then they never implement anything because they spend so long discussing how the. So Resolve does not support Wayland. Doesn't support Wayland. Part of the reason is because basically for Resolve on Linux only cares about one distro, and that distro, and a version of that distro from 2017. And presumably the reason they only care about that is because they don't actually care about consumers, they care about studios. And studios, when they set up their editing machines, will put whatever they tell them to put on it. So they only care about one version of Linux that's very old, and all they care is that their program works on that. So the new stuff and this new Wayland thing, there's some issues, right? And so this freeze up thing, I don't even think it's anything to do with the GPU like rendering or anything. I think it's just to do with Wayland. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, presumably, if a studio wants to have editing machines, and they're like speaking with Blackmagic Design, and they're like, you know, we want an editing suite, but we don't want to put Windows on our super expensive machines. Like, what do we do? Their answer is install this distro that it's the only one that we test it on. Install this distro, and you know, they're literally your editing. Like, the whole job of the machine is to run Resolve, so you don't care about anything else. So just put that on there, and there you go. And I think that's kind of the mentality they have, right? They're not really interested in supporting all the things. So, anyways, this is dead. So I'll just restart it. But yeah, because Wayland's still new, and I mean, it's been around for years, like 5 years, but they have not added support for it. So Resolve has to go through like an emulation layer from the old protocol to the new protocol, and it works pretty well, but there's some things that break a bit. Why does it take so much effort to load a project file? I don't know. I don't know what it's doing. Why does it take multiple seconds to switch pages? I don't know. Why does it take multiple seconds to switch timelines? I don't know. Why does... Actually, they kind of fixed this one, but it used to take a few seconds to right-click on one of these. Why? I don't know. It's just not a great program. It uses like a gigabyte just to... Well, it's already using 8 gigabytes, and I just opened it. No, I'm not actually. It's just raw Resolve. To be honest, though, I don't think DaVinci Box really does very much to help. Like it. Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess I don't really know much about it. Maybe you know more about DaVinci Box and what it actually does. Good old Blackmagic Design. It's funny because I got a bunch of physical Blackmagic Design devices, the same company that makes DaVinci Resolve, and they're all great, but yeah, Resolve's got some issues. I mean, that's fair, but it didn't take too much to get Resolve working. Hell, the ArchLinux wiki literally had instructions, and it was just like, yeah, you need to set these environment variables, do this, and I was like, okay, and then it worked, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Okay. Anyways, yeah, so I've got all these like settings down here, and they're off to the side, so I don't, when I want to change all of this stuff up here, I don't have to change the actual song specific settings of like the keyframes and the like, you know, like whether it's going to tilt, how long it's going to zoom in. I don't have to touch any of that stuff, so I can keep all that but just change the real meat of it that's up here. So let's do that. I don't know what this is, so it's not bothered with that. So let me grab all of this, and we're going to move over to the next logo animation, and we're going to paste it in, and hopefully it will just work. Although before we do that, what I should probably do is make a new timeline for this show instead of modifying the MAGWest visuals. So let's make a new folder. So if you kind of look up in the media thing, I've got like a folder for every show. If I can just collapse all. No, I can't. So if I collapse these, you can kind of see that this one project file has all these shows in it. So it started with CocoaCon. That was when I had the idea to do it all in one project file. And then you've got Chile 2025, Neon Summit. I just love how many like files are not found. Too Many Games 2025, SonicCon UK 2025, Sonic Expo 2025, and of course MAGFest. So we've got number 7 now in this project file, at least, which is, I don't actually know what order they're in. I'm just gonna do Sonic Boost. Actually, you know, I'll even do 7A and 7B because that kind of shows that they're super closely related. Sonic Boost, MAGWest. Okay. And let's just make a copy of the timeline. Duplicate. Don't worry, it takes a few seconds to duplicate a timeline. What is it doing? I don't know. In fact, it actually takes like 15 seconds because it's still doing it. I modularized this as best as I could under the way Resolve works, and it still sucks. Don't worry. It's still duplicating. There we go. Okay, let's put that into here, and let's. Okay, I guess it's already open. Let's rename this Sonic Boost 2026. I had to check the year for some reason. Cool. And we've got that open. Okay, cool. So we're all good to do whatever edits we want now because we've got a new timeline for this show. So let's hop over to the next logo animation. Okay, here we go. So this is broken. This is all... Okay, there we go. It's recovered now. Let's throw all of that away and just paste all this in. And it should just work. So I'm just going to do that for all the logo animations because we did some fixes to all this stuff. So I'm just going to bring all those fixes over. Let's just check that this actually shows up. Seems okay. Some may ask where the background is, and that would be a very good question. Would actually be a very good question. This is Sonic Heroes, right? Why is it blue? Oh, okay. Oh, of course, right. But of course I couldn't get it perfect, so the background color I do need to keep. It took me fucking days and it's still not, like back when I did it, and it's still not perfect. So we have to keep the background color intact because of course we do. I can't deselect that. There we go. So there we go. Yes, and there's background color. Oh yeah, and the song name as well. Okay, no, this is stupid. I don't know why I'm doing this. Let's actually like get this. I think the reason I'm doing it is because I don't know. Let's actually do this maybe a bit better though. Actually, I think the reason I did it is because I was kind of rushing to get stuff done. I could parameterize it up so I can just copy paste all this stuff without having to worry about carrying stuff over. Yeah, pretty much. But obviously there were some problems with this because of my move to Linux that I have to go and apply to all of them. Okay, I'll leave it like this for now, but maybe someday in the future I'll tidy that up. So there's actually two things that are in this heaping pile of stuff that do need to be kept. One is the background color, this blue color, and one is this text down here that says the name of the song, which is over here in this instance. I think the reason I had to do it like this is I can't actually parameterize this text. Let's take a look. It might be possible. You know what? Let's give it a try. Let's make an underscore. I'd be very careful here. Because if I press, so it's F2 to rename, but on this keyboard that is still fairly new, so I'm not used to it yet, that F2 is shared with sleep. so I need to remember whether I need to hold down FN or not, because if I mess it up, then I would just put my computer to sleep midstream, which might be a little bit awkward. So maybe I can just right click rename. No, I'm on a desktop. Full 2 monitor. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. We could try it. No, it's just the keyboard itself. And there's no like Well, I guess we can always just press this and see what happens. Absolutely nothing happened. Brilliant. I'll tell you what, this would be a good test. Okay. Okay, so I think it is pressing... Okay, moment of truth. Okay, so it did open the rename thing, and it broke resolve. Yeah, it broke resolve. So it didn't put my machine to sleep. That's pretty cool. Did break resolve. In fact, I have to kill it as well. And again, I'm pretty sure that's just a Wayland thing. I don't know if I can even do a normal stop. Yeah, I can. Okay. I've got way too many. They would receive way too many bug reports from me. Well, the feeling's mutual, so it's all good, really. I didn't even know you could. Oh, okay. Let's just remove whatever the hell is going on there. Did resolve not start again? Oh, don't we love it? Oh, it's opening over here. Look at that. I love a bit of chat spam in my life. Please stop going over here. Okay. Let's go back to what we were doing. So we've got a little underscore text in here now. What we're gonna do is just reset these back to their defaults, which are all 0. Should be able to, yeah. Cool. And we're going to shove the text in here. So this is Open Your Heart. That's the name of this song. So what I want to do is I want to get the text down here in this corner, so I don't have to go and, like, not copy paste almost all of this, but avoid the song name. I don't want to be doing that. It's kind of silly. So if I can get the text into like a little property down here in the corner, I can just hook this stuff up to use it, and then I can just bring all this stuff up here. I can just carry this over across the logo animations. I don't know if it's making any sense, but the point is to make things easier. So I've got it in here now. That is text.setup1. The names are just nonsensical. They mean nothing. If I go into here now, this is the moment of truth. We can take this. That's already interesting. And do this. Wow. I see that's worked very well. Bit of a, I hope you all like a little bit of lure in your life. It won't. In fact, it'll probably make it slower. Not like it'll probably make it like slower by a few microseconds. But yeah, unfortunately won't speed things up. To be honest, actually, I think this looks pretty good. I think this is the name of the song, right? Bit of lure in your life. There we go. It worked perfectly. Cool. So that's easier because then I don't have to keep bringing this thing with me all the time. And I like that very much. The other thing is the background color. I can't remember why I did. There must have been a reason. I think there must have been a reason why I put the background color. Like why I felt like I couldn't put the background color into the settings in the corner. Let me see. So this one's just green. I'm just going to look at all of them just to see if there's anything that's weird. This is red. This is I Am All of Me. What happened to Night of the Wind? We don't know. Ah, there it is. This one has keyframes on it, but that's fine. Yeah, because the Night of the Wind thing, well, I can show you. Not actually, I love the little Night of the Wind thing. It's so cool. I can't be bothered to. Yeah, I don't need to hear that. Hopefully it's in here. Of course it isn't. Did I run them out to here? No, I didn't. No. We have to go spelunking through old files. MAGWest, not CocoaCon. MAGWest. Renders. you reckon it'll be number 2 or number 3?
To kill someone to save the world.
Oh, that's his world. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. Here's Night of the Wind. So I love this. So Night of the Wind opens like this. So this is what I mean, right? You see what I mean about the like screens on the side? I had this like whole. I spent so much work on it.
Off, 2, ready, go.
Thank you. That's what it does for Night of the Wind. So the background starts off black, and then it let me top back just a bit. So like yes, you can kind of see it, especially if I can just get to a time where it actually makes sense. There you go. You can kind of see that little effect there. So it starts off black and then it turns blue. That's why the background has a keyframe on it. That makes it black at the very start. It's black right now. And then blue. So you can kind of see that. So yeah. Fun stuff. Of course got the settings in the corner as well. Okay, so this one, that's okay though. We can still do that with the parameters. What, the cinematic audios? I think that's all the logo. This show has so few. It has 4 logo animations, which kind of makes me parameterizing this seem kind of silly. But you only live once, so let's do it. Okay, so I've done that. So the only thing is the background color. So let's just stop for a second. Background. Are there any colors in here? I would like some colors. If there's some colors in here, then I can. It's not looking good. Yeah, I definitely didn't do the. Yeah, but that's fine. The keyframe, so I was saying this earlier, the keyframe and curve editor is literally a disaster. And it just breaks as well. Like visually, it just glitches, and it has for years. And they just haven't fixed it. Like this aspect of Resolve is just the worst. It's just the worst every time. Okay, well we've got no colors in here, so I'm just gonna have to manually enter the RGB. Yay. So what is this? Let's actually make a little note of this underscore text business. Underscore text dot number in 1 was the. No, it was like, what was it? Text dot something with stupid names. Setup 1. It's just like you can rename these. So it actually makes sense, but also not really. Like you can go into like edit control and it brings up this crusty as hell dialogue where you're supposed to be able to change the names of things, but last time I tried to do it, it didn't even work. So I was like, you know what, screw this. So I'm just going to call them number 1, number 2, number 3, because I'm just going to leave it as is. I'm not messing around with this. Okay, so this is the text shown in pipe at bottom, and on the BG actually interestingly I've got an underscore BG here, but I don't actually have any notes about it. I wonder if this actually does anything. Oh, it does. Okay, so that's the. It looks like that's the amount of blue that there is, right? That's how much the video in the back blends in, I think. So if I go here, this is the like video in the most of the terrible example. Yeah, well, it always will be because it's disabled out here. It is just a terrible example. No, whatever, who cares? Point is that this is like the blending in of this thing, so whatever. So if I just go into here, yeah, that's hooked up. That's hooked up to BG number in 1. That's where that's, so it's pulling it from down here. Okay, so I'm just making note of that because I didn't write it down. BG number in 1 is the transparency of the colored background versus the visuals behind it, basically. And then we're gonna have, grab these, we're gonna have number 2 be the background red, background green, background blue. Nice. Especially if I can spell blue. New keyboard. That's my excuse. Cool. So now what I'm going to do is accept that Resolve is frozen again, and we're going to restart it. Yay. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring over the back color, and we'll put the red, green, and blues in for all of the pages. Johnny, show visuals. Yes. I should also adjust the text. Well, we'll do it. We'll kind of do it all. Cool. Now you might wonder, did it save what I did? Of course it did. No, it did. It did. Thank the Lord for that. Okay, so RGB is pretty simple in here. It's 0, this, 1. So BG, come here. 0, this, 1. And now we just hook the back color up with it. Oh, this has keyframes on it as well. Okay. Now, what's the best way to carry those over? I think there's some like crazy smart stuff you can do, but in all likelihood it's gonna be way too much effort. I need to bring the keyframes from this over to this little thing down here, because I'm gonna hook this thing up here up with this thing down here. So all of it needs to be in the corner. And unfortunately this thing has keyframes on it. It actually has like color changes on it, because presumably it starts off as black and then it goes blue, and then that's it. There's just a keyframe here just for the lulz, I guess. Yeah, okay. So we can get rid of that one. So that simplifies things a lot. Is that all it is? Okay, that's pretty easy actually. Right, so we just go into BG, keyframe, 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 go back a frame, and just 0 those out. And this one too. So yeah, that will now match. So now we just trash all of this. That's a pretty cool color. And we hook it up with the other thing. So I say you use BG number in 2. You use, no, come here. You use BG number in 3. And you use number in 4. So now this is now hooked up to the thing in the corner down here. So hopefully black, blue. Yeah, awesome. So that's all hooked up. So that makes it easier, because now when I copy paste this stack of stuff from song to song, as long as I have this setting down in the corner, I don't have to worry about carrying that over. So let's go put that in. So let's put this thing in first. Yeah, that's pretty much me. BG1. Oh yeah, I just kind of shoved it into BG, didn't I? Well, whatever then. Let's bring the text over so we keep it in sync. Where's the next green? There it is, because I made them all green, of course. I'm just bringing the text over so they all have the notes. I don't need to, but it would be nice if they all stayed in sync. My biggest concern is actually not the logo animations, because there aren't that many of them. It's the bits where it says like Sonic Boom and Live and Learn on the screen, and whatever, God knows what trash I'm gonna have to do there. But we'll get there when we get there. Okay, so I brought over the notes, and now we'll have to bring in the colors. Shouldn't be too bad. Maybe. So what have we got here? Let's just like spin something up here. Let's do a bit of that. I have a little thing here. So we'll do this and this. Very nice. And then we'll move these in. I guess the red was 0 actually. I don't know why I didn't look at the red yet. Red's 0. So it's just so I can like have them to hoof, as some might say. Just grab this. Nice. So I brought that color over. Let's do it for the next one. Might do. Who knows? This one's got keyframes on it again, because this is Night of the Wind one, of course. This one's it's quite long. That's a bit weird. Don't do that. Wait, so they stop there, but it doesn't show up as a keyframe. The hell is going on with this? Watch. So, like, why does it have to do this? Like, where is it zooming? Okay, what the hell is going on with these keyframes? I don't know, because we just went to frame minus 1800. And also, it's glitching because this top bit is like the lines aren't syncing up with the rest. It's just broken. And now we're zoomed out into the minus thousands. All right, we're gonna do this as gently as humanly possible. So we're here on the back color, and it. Okay, so back color, please. Oh, there is a keyframe there. It's just been. Oh, it's because they're on like super weird. Oh my god. Why are the keyframes on 0.44 of a frame? Like, no pony in the crowd's gonna be watching this. They're gonna see the 0.44 and be like, yes, that really improved my experience. Oh my god, I have to fix all of them. That doesn't matter anyway, because when I bring it over, it'll be fine. Okay, so we are at, is it 39? 39, okay. Get out of here. I do agree that I really should use multiple screens better. Because, yeah, sometimes there is a lot of flashing back and forth that I'm doing, which I probably shouldn't need to be doing. That's something I could definitely improve on. Alright, so at this point they're all 0. So let me grab this. 0, 0, 0. And then it turns blue. In fact, I think this is even the exact same blue that we had before. So I'll copy that. 0 that. So that goes into there. That becomes a 1. Nice. And we'll chuck keyframe on that so we're consistent. So now if we hope and pray that that was okay. Seems all good. Let's trash all of the keyframes and hook this up. So that is number in 2. Well, actually, I don't even need to do this. When I copy from the first one over, it will bring all of this with it. So it's fine. I haven't brought in the underscore text yet. I forgot to do that, so we'll do that in a minute. God, like scrolling through this thing at the bottom is going to drive me insane as well. Oh right. Let's make our way back. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna stop doing it because this is just really dumb. If I just go out into here, I'll just make a new track. I think it's yellow. And if I just put these onto it, then what I can do is I can very quickly switch between them all without having to painstakingly scroll through and try and find the line ones. That wasn't that. That's all of them. So now if I do this and this and this, look at that, down at the bottom we just got the ones now. So that makes it a lot easier to switch between them. So this is Night of the Wind, right? I fucking hope it's Night of the Wind. Nope, this is something else. Okay, here we go, this is where we were. Hey Neo. This is an invigorating experience. You're not really missing out on very much though, to be honest. Let's bring well, let's keep going with this. So we've done that. This is now Night of the Wind. Looks good. Yep. Next up is I Am All of Me. Same business. Should be fairly simple though, this one. There we go. There's the magical number. No keyframes this time, and I think that's the last one with keyframes. Chuck that there. That's going to be a 0, 0. Nice. That's it. And then live and learn. Live and, like Fusion is so broken that it can't even render the color. There you go. It fixed itself. Oh, this one's... Oh, this is probably why. This one's a gradient. Okay. How cool. Top left. So there we go. I was wondering why. I was like, why did I do this? And I couldn't spot it. It's because Never Turn Back has a gradient from red to blue. If I just show you. Yeah. Because it's like red. I don't know. It's just like the darkened both sides of shadow or something. I don't know. That's what I did. So, yay. Exactly, Sonado. Well, that's it. We support gay pride in July here at the Crush 40 concerts. Okay, so if I just go like onto this, I'm curious what... Is this just a number? No, it's just absolutely fucking nothing. Okay. Cool. I was trying to figure out if I can like automate the type, but I actually don't think I can. Because I think they are too useless for that. Okay. Well, what we'll do is I will double check that and make sure I didn't just do it wrong. Yeah, it doesn't look good. It's just giving zeros. And then it might just be because there's errors. Yeah, there are. So you can't really see it, but hidden in a secret window, it does actually tell you that, yeah, it just had errors with trying to, like, process that. So, yes, that indeed doesn't work. And it's just like one of those. I mean, what was it they were doing before? Like, I don't know. It doesn't matter. So if we want a gradient, yeah, this would be why I did it like this. There's always a reason, isn't there? There's always a reason why I did something in the past. I'm just like, I could, and I will, make them all gradients and just, okay, so here's what I'll do. If we just make our way down here real quick, let's put in, is it literally just pure, okay, it's this crazy color again. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll go into the background. The first three, well, these three numbers are going to be the first color in the gradient, and then these three numbers are going to be the second color in the gradient, and then we'll just make all of them gradients, but some of them will just be gradients from one color to the same color. Hopefully it won't be painfully slower to render, because knowing Resolve it probably will be. It will probably slow it down by several frames, just because it thinks it's a gradient even when it's the same color, but that is just life. So first color is red, no green, no blue. And then this is this thing again, right? I think those are the things. I'll just double check that. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So now, yeah, efficiency. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go and do that to all of them now. So background, these numbers need to get carried down. That was completely wrong. That there, that 0. Nope, that there. I certainly hope I didn't just absolutely trash whatever this used to be. No, I didn't. It's fine. You see what I mean? Like, it's so hard to do when they're just not named numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, but actually trying to change it is so much pain that I don't even want to try. Did I not do this one? I'm pretty sure I did. It's going very well. Oh my god. Oh, it's keyframed, of course. I'm just dumb. It's fine. It's all good. Okay. Okay, now what was that? Why is this 1? Okay. Cool. Getting there. We're getting there. 0, this. Cool. And finally, get out of my face. Yeah, some zeros. Because this one is keyframed as well. I was wondering, I was like, I swear there's 2 that are keyframed. This is the other one. This one's nice and easy though, because it is just that, and that, that. Okay. That was a lot more effort than we really needed in our lives. But now, I can go over here, make this background a vertical, wherever the hell it is. A vertical, and hook these up. Hey. Well, you know. 6. You might be wondering why they're all zeros. It's because it's black. Look at that. You can't even tell it's a gradient. Because it isn't, because it's the same color on both sides. Okay, so I fixed that. So, cool. I need to do the underscore text now, because you remember we also parameterized the little text that says the name of the song. Let's just bring that into all of these. So this one's a very simple one, because all we do is we just paste this in. Just want to put it in the right spot. My hand's getting a serious workout on this. Zooming down. I mean, I don't know why I'm doing this to myself. There we go. Nice. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Now, that should be everything. I should be able to take all of this and just paste it into the other 5, and everything should just carry it. Like all the settings that song wants, the color it wants, the zoom speed it wants, the diagonalness, all of that stuff should just carry over now, because it's all defined in the corner. In theory. Theory does not always equal practice, so I'm just going to get rid of all of this. Alright. Now there's one thing I anticipate that might be a bit weird. To be fair, I didn't actually change the underscore text, so that's actually okay. Sonic Heroes. Yeah. So yeah, so the one thing I did anticipate is it's not gonna automatically update the size of this. Luckily, I've got a nice little button in here that I'm probably just gonna have to press every time, because I like the effort to deal with that would be just too much. Yeah. Whatever. Cool, let's keep going. Grab all of this. I mean, I do think actually, like, even though at the time I kind of felt like I wasted my time, like, doing this, like, putting all the settings into, like, a little thing in the corner so I could update the stuff up here en masse. But actually, to be fair, I think it is kind of useful, right? Because I can just instantly paste all this over. I don't have to worry about whatever used to be in here. And I know that the settings will carry over because they're there in the corner. So again, this one, need to just change it down here. I might just do this for all of them, actually, before I... Wait, I think it's Night of the Wind, right? I hope it's Night of the Wind. Because otherwise, it's going to be a bit mislabeled. I'm just going to assume it's Night of the Wind. Let's be I am all of me. Never turn back. Alright, now let's paste the goodness in. Here's the goodness. Here it comes. Boom. So help me God, this better still work. Okay, looks okay. Some might ask why it starts here, and it would be a very good question. It's because it's gone down to 1080p, so it hasn't been adapted. Let's see, let me read my notes. Which one is the thing that does this little white thing? It's probably under the rays. I don't think, also, we seem to be missing some rays. I swear there's more effects on this. There's supposed to be more effects on this than there are. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe it's fine. Oh, the rays are used in the open your heart thing. It's fine. Okay, let's read this again. Where's the goodness? They don't know how to zoom text. Here we go. It's the glow reveal. That's what I called it. Oh, yeah, that's helpful. The glow reveal. So the glow reveal number in 1 is the... Yeah, so that's just turns it on and off. The number in 2 is the X position of like how revealed the logo is. So if I go into glow reveal over here, we'll have, there it is there. This is the setting that controls. If I drag it, see it controls that. So I just set that to there. And there we go, that's that fixed. And hopefully it reveals the whole thing. See, it doesn't reveal the whole thing, so let's just fix that. We might as well just make it 1. Well, no, let's not make it 1 because we want it to... We don't want it to overshoot because then it will run slower than it should. There we go. Cool, that's fixed. Everything seems okay. We got Night of the Wind. The size is a bit messed up, but I did say I'd have to click the button for that. Oh, look at this. It's all coming together. And we've made it easier for me in the future now. Well, actually, yeah, in the future, because, yeah. Alright. It should just work. Seems to be just working. Very nice. Seems okay. And let's do this one. This is never turn back. This one has a gradient on it. No, I mean, to be honest, like, now that I did all that, it should just make it even easier in the future to, like, make new shows. Cool, and yes, size on this is a bit messed up, but if we just click a magic button over here, peak, it's fire. It's the greatest thing you've ever seen. Okay, so we fixed all of those, but what about all the other places where that background text shows up? Let's take a look at them. Allow me to introduce the Sonic Heroes logo animation. Good lord, what is going on in here? Did I? Okay, so this is also kind of the same system. It's just completely different. But what's actually wrong with this? Because if it doesn't need to change, then okay, so it's got some issues with the text in the back. That's okay. Let's bring back my greens real quick, because we've got the correct file path for that. So if we can just hop into here, chuck that on there, sure, what's the worst that can happen? Okay, that's broken. Okay, this one also needs some adjustment. That's okay, we will have the correct settings out here. Okay, yeah, I was a little bit confused. Well, I mean, I'm usually reasonably happy to... I mean, I chose to edit the MAGWest thing. Okay. This appears to be working. So if I take this and I hide some stuff, nothing happens. It's pretty incredible if I say so myself. Now, is that just because it's broken? Yes, it is. Of course it is. I just had to switch frames. So there you go. So it's a bit messed up on the edges. So again, this is because of that transition to 1080p. Let's see if we can figure out what is broken. It's probably going to be something after this. Let's just look through these a bit. That looks okay. Oh no, it doesn't. The edges are all messed up. Yeah, the edges are missing. Actually, it's got nothing to do with this. It's that the stuff underneath isn't doing the conversion from 4:3 to 16:9. So it's an issue for the timeline. Okay. That looks like it's working. If I just mute all this so it doesn't confuse the clips at the bottom. And I think when this comes in, yes, I think it has a little zoom in, and then towards the end it like disappears. Yeah. Does that disappearing work? Because again, it changed resolutions after MAGWest, so these things are all a bit off. Yeah, it does work. It's a little bit... like, it starts moving a little bit early. Right. Like, it starts moving out here and it's not actually doing anything. Which kind of stunts the thing a bit. So let's just find that real quick. Oh, I started at 1. Well, I was going to put it into the Pro Shot. And I even did. I moved like a lot of these things into the Pro Shot so I could have like the animation in the Pro Shot for one of the choruses. But it just felt like such a gimmick and I couldn't really make it work. So I just said, I'm not doing this. I was like, I'm not. The only thing that's in the Pro Shot, as you know, is the opening logo animation at the start. That's the only one. Okay. So, the cool thing about Sonic Heroes is they are all identical. Like, these logo things are all identical. They all have the same settings and the same stuff up here. Like, all of this stuff is the same. And, oh, what is this? I don't know what that means. Actually, no, I do. This is talking about the difference between the logo animations and this thing. So yeah, so because everything in here is changed, I can do a little shortcut instead of copying and pasting and all that crap. Because literally everything as one has changed, I can just grab all of these and just mash it over all of them. Go. And we hope and pray that I was supposed to do that to all of them, but I'm pretty sure I was. Because I reckon this will be the end of Sonic Heroes. This will be some other song. Yeah, this is useless because we don't have the side screens. What a time to be alive. Okay, we fixed those. What's next? Is this the Sonic Boom? Oh, this is old. This is a really old structure. Oh, this is the, like, Rouge bit right at the end of his world.
That I'll always remain by your side. Remember that.
I will indeed. Cool. Keep going. Okay, now we've got the Sonic Booms over here. Should be a pretty simple fix. I reckon, yeah, same stuff as always. It's just that switch from Linux, from Windows to Linux. So it's this one, right? It better have been this one. Yeah, why not? Should be on fast. Same thing for the pipes, of course. Why is my life so much hurt? So technically in Resolve, you can get around having to do this by putting these clips into the media pool up here, because then you can actually just right click replace and it just does it for everything. Unfortunately, it's way slower for animated stuff. So to make it render faster, I had to do it this way, that I have to manually bump. Those are it straight from the game files. So I've got a folder somewhere that has just got literally 3,000 tiny little WAV files in it. That doesn't look so good. Looks a bit green. I mean, it looks very green. Why does that look green but this one doesn't? Actually, it's a good point. Where is the... No, it is there. I just can't see it. Real quick. Give me some white. This one's not green. Well, why is that one green? Okay, it's not even the pipes, it's this stuff. So this one's evering out. Oh yeah, I didn't do... Okay, I didn't do this one. That's fine though. Well, it's not fine actually. The fuck? Interesting. There's no difference. Oh no, there is a difference. Okay. Well, that explains that. The solution to this is fairly simple. There used to be like a... Basically, again, it's all like me trying to make the rendering quicker. But honestly, I'm at a point I'm not sure I really care anymore. It will take what it takes to render. So I had like this kind of switch where I could switch between fast, which is like faster, and big, which was like for like big resolutions, but obviously the fast one's a bit broken. I just can't be bothered to fix all of them, so whatever. Okay, so again, the boom animations are all the same. Can we get a million big booms in chat? Okay, so if we go to... Yeah, that's the start of them. I'm just trying to find the last boom. is all horribly broken, but it looks like a boom to me. That's a boom. I just want to find the end. What a time to be alive. How many of these are there? Why is Sonic Boom such a long song? What is going on? Okay, oh, I guess it ends here. Give me the boom. Yeah, okay, so it just ends here. So it starts here. Yeah, they have. I mean, obviously, new songs have been added since, so we had to record some new ones. But yeah, they are actually the same. Hopefully, once all this stuff's fixed, we'll actually get to see some of the timeline. Okay, the only thing left, I think, is Live and Learn. It's seen some better days. By the way, technically, all of this isn't even, like, this isn't a per show thing. This is just because I've moved all my stuff from Windows to Linux. So most of this is just adjustments because of that. So once all this is done, I don't even have to do this again. Yeah. Where the hell are the pipes? Need some pipes in here. Okay, oh, these are the I am things. So I think it goes I am and then I'm, which means I have to go do the IMs as well. Oh, what a life. You might be thinking, surely there's a better way of doing this. The answer is yes, there was a million better ways of doing this that I should have done, but they certainly aren't. They've got 40s on them, so probably wouldn't really work. Okay, let's find the last. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do, this is I am. Let's see, well, we'll probably see the last one. So this is probably the last I am. Yeah. So it goes, because it goes I am and then I'm, we have to do every other one for the I am, and then we do every other one for the I'm. Otherwise we will really cook ourselves. Yeah, that seems to add up. Let's apply those en masse. Yeah, what's the worst that will happen? Don't mind me only checking that I did it after. Okay, and then I'm. It's maximum concentration so I don't mess anything else up. Alright. Cool. There was something that worried me, but I don't know what it was. I just want to make sure the last one was okay. That's okay. That's fine. Cool. Great. That's all those. So the only thing left now is all the live and learn bits. Oh no, that's what I made of stuff, I think, as well. I think new to MAGWest is what I made of bits as well, right? Well, it's probably a good point. No, because it's like, I'm all of me. Right. Let's put this in there. That's a long ass file path. Yeah. Okay. I love how pretty much all the fixes. It's just these two things just need to change in all of them. Okay. Yes. I'm gonna need to get a look. I'm gonna need to get a look at what I'm working with here because I do not know. Please, for the love of everything, tell me that the what I'm made of thing isn't split into 4. I'm gonna hate my past self as it is. Oh, this is live and learn. Oh, we're winning. Okay. Is it split into? Why is it split into 3s? Why did I do this to myself? I'm not accepting this. This is gonna be too much. So basically, what I'm annoyed about is if I restart resolve. I am. Amazing. What was that timing? Resolve didn't start. Yeah, it froze. No, I instinctively press save like every 15 seconds. It's actually like too much, but sometimes in these instances, I mean, this is basically the only unstable program I use is Resolve. So in everything else, I'm doing it way too much, but. Oh, right, let's try that again. Pipes. These are not the pipes that you smoke, as you mentioned. So, what I think I did, which is really annoying, yeah, I broke it up into 3 separate things, one for live, one for live and one for live and learn. So you can like see it on the timeline. Yeah, you see what I mean? I did 3 little clips, live and learn. I cannot be bothered to deal with this. Luckily, actually, it's not too bad though. Okay, maybe again I can see why I did it, because it's actually not that bad. Because I'll show you what we'll do. We'll fix the live and the live and learn. And then we'll do something pretty epic. Yep, that's all fixed. I'll just take this, copy it, and just paste it over these. And I bet they're going to be, yep, identical length. So let's paste them over. Every time I click, by the way, it freezes for a second. See here? See that freeze? It's really annoying. It doesn't feel very good. At least it snaps to the start, I think. I hope, because otherwise we're going to have an awkward... Oh my god, why are there so many? I'm surprised actually, I thought I had a thing for what I'm made of. Oh, I do, it's just on a different track. This one's even worse, because it's what I'm made of. I should check if I did all the live and learns first. No, I didn't, so that's very good that I checked. Yep. Pretty much. It just freezes every time. It just freezes everywhere. You know? I have to say, it's probably not the most entertaining stream content in the world. Yeah, that was cool. Guess what? It's time for this again. It's so annoying because there's a way to not have to do this, but it renders literally 20 times slower. So I literally just cannot use that. Oh, this is all cooked. Brilliant. Well, you know, but this is like a bit... It's like copy pasting, you know. Oh my god, what is going on here? But once we got these, we can actually go into the timeline and we can just sit back and play with some of the stems and stuff. We just have to get there first. What's in the guidelines? Yeah, so this is for the MAGWest multiple screens thing. I actually, like, seeing this just depresses me because I really did just put so much work into that and it's just did not go used at all, which is actually just kind of sad. Oh yeah, this is in Live and Learn. Okay, so this is cooked because there's a blackout thing on the... It depends. The problem is the performance is so bad, I can't really check pretty much any of the animations before clicking render, because they play back at like 0.5 frames per second, so it's impossible. So I usually have to render out, and then if there's issues, and if there's only one issue, then I'll usually just re-render that section and I'll either patch it with FFmpeg without re-encoding, or I'll actually just say screw it and I'll just make another timeline and just chuck it in there if it's just too much. Yeah, because I can't be watching it at 4 FPS determining if it's okay or not. It's the fun of not having a super powerful PC, because it's more powerful than before, but obviously not powerful enough for Resolve, in their humble opinion, of which is not humble at all. Yeah, well, I think it's even in MAGWest. In here, we've got unfiltered file 2, unfiltered, that just means it's like super wide. And then we have the Live and Learn patch, which is to replace Live and Learn because there was a problem with it. So there you go, I did it right there. Oh, when renders fail, it's just depressing as hell. Like when they actually just outright don't render and it crashes, then yeah, it's just kind of depressing as hell. There's so many little tests in it. Should we look through some of these? There isn't really much else happening. What's in the heroes there? As advertised? Yeah, so that's what it looks like on the screen.
1, 2, ready, go.
What it would have looked like. Okay, that's just that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm just testing all these out.
Live and learn. Hi-hat, count off. 1, 2, ready, go.
So that's how I have to do it. Right? If I want to check something, I do exactly what you see here. I just render that little section and then play it back. Because you just can't really do anything else. Like, I can sort of use render cache, but that's a mess in itself, and that doesn't really work either. So I kind of just have to do this.
Ready, go.
Yeah, that needs some work. Yeah, it really needs some work, but that's why there's 4 of them. So
ready, go.
Yeah, I just did that. Oh yeah, you don't even notice it, but as the logo is coming in, notice this is actually blurred, and then unblurs as it comes in closer. You don't even notice, like nobody in the world is gonna notice that, but for some reason I did it. Because I parameterized them all, I could just hook up the blur to just be the zoom amount, like times 4 or divided by 4 or something, and it just worked. So all of them do that when the logo zooms in or out. Okay. Why is this cooked? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, it's just this way. Problem solved. This is for side screens. It's really what it's for. Okay, so again, I'm not a huge fan of this as 5 separate things, but you know, such is life. Actually bring this back. Let's just speedrun this, because like honestly, nobody needs to be sitting through this. Oh my god. Pipes, man. This is goddamn pipes. Pretty sure I've done 4. Don't know how many I've done. Don't know how many I'm gonna have. Let's see where we are. Okay, yeah, it's one more. Does that actually follow? Yeah, it does. Okay. It's doing the pipes, and then I'll do the other one. I mean, there are some clever ways I could kind of do this. No, it was only MAGWest, because MAGWest had that multi-screen thing, where we had multiple screens we could output to, that we could put different things on. So I only did that for MAGWest, because I had that. Like, I wanted to take advantage of that, and again, in the end, it didn't get taken advantage of anyway. But I wanted to, like, do some cool stuff with that, but, you know. It was the first show where that was even a thing. Because, yeah, most shows just one screen. That was the only one where they had little wings. Little wing screens. Technically, I could do this a lot smarter. And I'm going to do it a lot smarter, because this is going to drive me crazy otherwise. Here's what I can do. To so I don't have to keep messing around with this all the time. It's a bit late really to be doing this, but let's do it. So here's the thing, in Resolve, if you copy nodes, you can actually paste them as text. Now obviously that does not look very readable. Okay. How the hell do I do this? There we go. But it produces all this text. So what I could do, and by that I mean I will do, is this. Let's take one that is broken. This is a DaVinci Resolve tips of Alex. So this one here has got the old Windows path in it. Yeah, this one's up to date. Let's see if I can get one that's completely cooked. This one's fine as well. I wish I didn't do the pipes for these, because I need them to both be inconsistently wrong. Oh my god, how many of these did I do? You know what, it's fine actually, watch this. Never mind, don't watch it. One sec. These are fine. Alright, what I'll do is when we come around to what I'm made of, I'll show you. And yeah, I should have done it from the start. I should have used my amazing tech skills to do something a hell of a lot smarter than what I did. But unfortunately, we are not that blessed. Oh, I need to turn this thing off as well. This is just in the fucking middle of the thing, so I don't know what I'm doing. I'll try not to. I will try my best. I'm about to do the most cracked thing in the world once I finish with this. It's going to be the greatest thing you've ever seen in your life, to be honest. But yeah, anyways, I'll see you soon, Neo. Thanks for tuning in, by the way. I wasn't expecting anyone to tune in, so greatly appreciate that. Love you. Okay, we have got logo background. Need some stuff in there. Okay, this one's fine. That's just. Oh god, I nearly pressed FN on that, which meant it would have sleeped my PC. So the stream would have just stopped. If the stream ever just stops, that's why. It's because I accidentally pressed that. I could probably disable it, but I don't know. Okay. We're nearly there. Oh, I wish I had done it with this now, because I can't believe I only now thought of it. It's just silly. I should have thought of this earlier. Okay, 4 side screens. Turn it off. Because that's so, like, when there's the wings on the side, basically it like slowly reveals it one by one. Doesn't apply here because there are no wings on any sides. This one doesn't have it. Well, I do, but they're not allowed in my room at the moment. Also, my hands, or my hooves as some might say, are completely on the keyboard and mouse, so it's fine. Okay. Now, let me do something incredible. Greatest thing ever. So we've got some what I made of bits here that are broken. So, here is what we can do. Let's open a new instance of this. There we go. Shove that into here just for a second. Here's what we can do. So let's get rid of that for a sec. As we can see, this one is cooked. This file path is wrong. And this file path is wrong. So they're both wrong. Now, here's what we can do. I'm going to take these two things here, go into here, go into here, bring them in, bring them in. I'm going to get off of that. Just grab these, take them into here, especially if I can use Vim correctly. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy this into one. So this is Vim. This text editor is Vim, right? And that means you can do like a lot of really crazy stuff, which is what we're about to do. So I'm just copying. I copied that first line, and I'm going to copy the second line into a separate thing. So I basically got them both copied. So if I want the first line, I got the first line. I want the second line, and I can type. I get the second line. So that's all good. So I've copied both of those in. I'm going to get rid of them now. They're loaded up. Now here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take everything in here, and I'm going to paste it in. So that brings 2,000 lines of nonsense in here, right? Then, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to start recording a macro. I'm going to go to the start. I'm going to search for this thing here. So I'm just going to do a little bit of a search for this. That will do. Let go. We're now there. Now I'm going to select inside the quotes. There we go. I am going, let's bring this over a bit. And I'm recording all of this into the macro, so it's going to do all this en masse. I'm now going to paste from that thing into here. Okay, so it kind of sucked a bit because it didn't really work, but that's okay. We can tidy it up. We're still recording the macro. Back, leave. I'm being really careful because I don't want to mess up my macro. Down, start of the line, backspace. Cool. Okay. we're going to go to the next instance of that. Okay. And they're going to be in the same order because they all have the same shape. So this one's the other one. So, select inside the quotes. Paste over this. Same nonsense again. Back that off. Down. This. This better work. I'm going to be so depressed if it doesn't. Cool. Now, we'll go to the next one. Same thing. Select inside the quotes. Paste this. Back that off. Down. Start of the line. Back that off. And go to the final one. Is the other pipes one. Select this. Paste over it. Back that off. Back that off. Awesome. We are done. Now I'm going to grab the whole thing from top to bottom and I am going to copy it. That is my macro. Stop recording. Now hopefully, in theory, I can now copy something in, paste it in here and just run the macro and it will just go to town on it. Whether that will actually happen or not, we are about to find out. So let's destroy all of this. Paste. Okay, I thought, okay. Cool. Do they have the correct file path? Yes, they do. This is pipes. And this is, okay, so I did do it correctly. So far. But here's the real test now. So now I go into another one that's cooked. And we copy it all. We go into here. And we paste over all this. And then we just run the macro on it. This one looks a little bit different, which worries me a bit. Fuck's sake. So this one, they're in a different order. So I was kind of dumb. Okay. So let me just bring this in. First of all, it really annoyed me that it did all that new line stuff. So let's just like fix that real quick. So I think now if I paste it, don't know. Okay, okay, hold on. Let's go back and then I'm just trying to get this right. Okay. So we do this, right? We grab this. Back one. Grab that. Okay. So we're actually going to do it again, but we're going to do it a lot smoother this time. Let's do this properly this time. Get rid of this. Okay. Start recording macro. Go to the first line. Search for text 000. There we go. Go inside the quotes. Paste over it. Next one. Go inside the quotes. Paste over it. Okay, cool. Now we search for pipes 000. Go inside, paste over it. Go to the next one, go inside, paste over it. Cool. Go to start and copy it all. That's done. Hopefully this works this time. Sounds good. As long as it's nothing too serious. Okay, so all of this is carried over. Yes. Awesome. So, okay, so now watch this. This is going to be amazing. This is going to be incredible. So we copy this in. Paste over. And now I just do this. As you can see, it didn't work. Well, that was unfortunate. Oh well, I can still do it. I can't because I just copied over that. It was a cool idea. Unfortunately, I did not do it very well. Yep. You might wonder why it didn't work. And it would be a pretty good question. I can't see anything wrong with this. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't work. Vim. I was so close. I was so close. Unfortunately for me, I've also just lost the thing now, so I have to go copy it in again. Well, on the bright side, we can still do these pretty quick. Okay, screw this. Let's grab these. Get out of here. I never want to see Vim again in my life. Absolute disappointment. And, of course, Resolve has frozen as well, just to sort of add to it. To add to the excitement. Yeah, that really didn't work. So another thing Resolve does, when you close it, it's not actually closed. It takes like 10 seconds to close. So if you try and open it again really quickly, it just doesn't open. I don't know why. I don't know what it's doing. But really, when the window's closed, it should be gone. Okay. It was a very nice idea, and it would have worked if Vim hadn't just kind of screwed me over for some reason. I don't even know why it didn't work. But yeah, Vim, a lot of fun. Actually super useful in general, because I've done other stuff where it is like, where I've done that kind of thing, and it's just like been super convenient, because I can just give it a file, and I just set up a little macro, and I just go for it, and it just does the thing en masse, and it's like, yeah, there we go. Exactly what I needed. Ooh, these have been reordered. It's confusing my brain. So I realize why it always puts a space at the end now. Well, to be fair, it seems like Vim is not innocent either. Okay. What I'm made of. So now we just copy paste these over. Oh man. We tried. We tried to do it and we failed. But life is all about learning from your mistakes. Okay. What are these? Okay, that's fine. Oh, right. So, I think we fixed all of these. So now we basically just need to go through and quality control the show. So, I can't really do this at proper speeds. But if we just skip over this, let's look at how open your heart's second. Oh, that's looking great. So the next issue that we have is... So, as you... Okay, this is actually an interesting question. With MAGWest, because of... Oh, that's cool. Because of all of the screens, historically, the way the visuals go is you have the 4x3 stuff in the middle, and then you have like a blurred version of it on the side. At MAGWest, it doesn't do that, because we had all the screens and we needed it to like cleanly flow across them. What do you think I should do for this show? What I did at MAGWest is I zoomed into the middle. So should I do that zoom in, or should I do the like filling of the edges? I have both here. I have the filling of the edges, which needs some adjustment, and I have the zoom, which also they both need fixing. I'm kind of tempted to go back to the filling of the edges. So it's like, it's this, but like properly 4x3, versus this, where it's like a zoom in, but like obviously properly, again. I'm thinking I'll do the fill of the edges. Yeah, well, it wouldn't have a border. What it would do is it would zoom in on this, so it just fills up like the center of the thing. So you see that in MAGWest. If we go to like open your heart, bear in mind that this center bit is the center screen. This is it cropped to 16 by 9. That's what it looks like cropped.
Thunder, rain, and lightning, danger, water rising, clamor,
So this is for the side screens.
shadows of dark creatures.
I don't think it looks too bad.
Steel clouds floating in the air. People run for shelter. Happen to us.
I don't think it looks too bad. Okay. We'll do the blurred sides. There's some clips in here that I think have actually been, yeah, they've been like reframed to fit the 4x3. Yeah, like this. The 16 by 9, so. Oh no, that's just the speed. Oh, never mind, it's fine then. Okay, well, whatever. I even did like, with the zoom, I even did a thing that maintains the HUD at the bottom corner. So you still have that, which I thought was kind of cool. Well, I don't know, it's kind of a question what looks better. Yeah, you see this is trying to keep the HUD in the corners. I can't even remember how I did that now. I did it somehow.
Now I see what I gotta do.
But like, it doesn't look bad.
You're crazy, but there ain't no doubt. That's the
These look
words
a little bit
from the
blown.
mouth. Sonic.
Yeah, I think it does look quite good. I think we'll go for it, because I don't know. I think I think it feels a bit more modern. So let's fix this real quick. This shouldn't be too hard. So this is very simple. We have the original, and then we have a zoom in, and the zoom in is, yeah, fixed to just the center. So this needs to just be wider. Yeah, that's basically it, and then it needs to be stronger. I can barely see this. That's it. So that now properly zooms it. I think that's what it is. Of course that broke, but yeah, we'll apply it. It's only like, it's not really in too much stuff. I didn't even do anything. Making it, just zooming stuff up a bit is apparently too much. So that's now, well, I guess we're fine. Anyway. Okay. So let's see. What else do we have in here? So we've got some like zoom center. Okay, so we've got some more over here. So we just need to skip over 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. How many are there? Can't be that many. 2. Is the entire rest just zooms? Fair enough. Yeah, I'm cracked. I wanted it to be somewhat authentic. So I kind of just went with that. Because of course up until MAGWest it was just 4x3 with the blurred edges. It's only recently that we've come up with the idea of not doing that. Okay, so that should be done en masse now, so they should all be correct. Except for this one, because I haven't done that one yet. That's okay. Yes, there's some black forms on the edge, but nobody will tell. Just put all the footage in, please. Yeah, that seems to be zooming alright. Oh, this bit sucks. I think I did so much nonsense with this, and I just gave up on it. Yeah, because this logo isn't centered. In the original video, it's not centered.
To kill someone
when you
to
zoom
save
like
the
that,
world.
it looks like that.
Is that really the right thing to do?
This is all 16 by 9. We got some other stuff here. Sonic Boom. Oh, it looks fine. You see what I mean, by the way? It's performing fine when I'm just doing simple stuff. As soon as you do anything crazy with no things, it's just horrible. Oh yeah, the audio is pretty cool. I guess I'll show you the audio real quick. So right now we're in standard. But what I've got is I've got a little drop down here and I can actually choose what I hear. I want to hear just the drums. Just drums. Bass is actually muted the whole time and I didn't even notice. Bass. I can just hear all the other stuff. That's not drums, bass, guitar. Click. Guitar. What the backing vocals. There's probably a reason why they are where they are. Yeah, there's not really much I can do about those, because there they are. Yeah, but I only have the stems, so I don't have complete control. Oh, this will need to be patched in. It's funny though, because like the stems that Josh gave me are a bit incomplete in some places, so I have to use, well, and also the extended openings are sometimes different lengths, and I want to get a longer length, and I can't be bothered to go in and look at it beat by beat and get it, because it's a nightmare in Resolve. It's basically impossible. Hey bit. So because the stems are a bit messy, sometimes we just use backing tracks from previous shows and just go shove them in there. So I'm glad I spotted this, because I need to go find that file. What is that? Kokorokon full track with guitar. Well, you'd think it would be in the Kokorokon folder, but evidently it isn't. It's in Neon Summit, of course. What else would it be? Guffed. It's unbelievable. Okay, let's go find that file real quick. Shouldn't be too hard. It'll be on my hard drive, my magnetic spinning hard drive, under Kokorokon, I'd guess. I mean, Ruby, yeah, I mean, Ruby did a great job with the Sims, and, well, a lot of stuff. Yeah, it is. In fact, I think Bit is even the one who provided that. Okay, what am I doing? What year was CocoaCon? 2025? Yeah. God, that was 20... Jesus. It wasn't even that long ago. That felt like an eternity ago. Because it was pre-pony stuff. Okay, so it's possible that the reason it didn't find it is because it's not here. You definitely provided them because I don't know in Origins. CocoaCon. Well. Yeah, in all likelihood I deleted the file because I thought I didn't need it anymore. We might be able to do something absolutely insane in here. And I don't know why I closed out of that. I shouldn't have done that. If we go into here, CocoaCon, might just be able to use this. Does the timing line up? Oh, that looks promising. Doesn't look promising. Okay, so minus the well, I don't know though. Minus the mono stereo nonsense, which we'll deal with in a second. Maybe that's okay. Let's. Oh, this is of course because it was actually mono. It's fine though. There's another one. Hold on. Stereo. No budget for waveform. Ah, it's fine. Nobody will tell. We've got some missing bits here. No budget for Persona 3. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Persona 3. What was it? Sonic Expo? Okay. Let's just grab all of these. What is this? Hold on. What is this timeline name? Sonic Expo 25. Do not reuse because Sonic Boom uses rhythm and Night of the Wind Gap. Well, what a sentence. So I'm just saying don't reuse that timeline for any future shows because it's just weird. What was it? Sonic Expo, yeah. Sonic Expo. Find it. Come on. I believe in you. I don't. But you missed me doing some crazy Vim macros nonsense earlier. Because I basically got sick of doing the same repetitive thing and I was like, well, here's what we can do. Because in Resolve, when you go into Fusion, if you copy the nodes, they come in, don't need this, they come in as text. So you can copy all the nodes in a Fusion composition, paste them into a text editor, edit it, and then copy it again and paste it. No, it's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, we've been going for 3 hours. Like, I don't blame you one bit. I wouldn't stick around for the whole time. I literally did not ask. I literally, at no point, in no location, anywhere, did I ask. So, thank you for that, Resolve. I literally didn't do anything. Anyways. So this is why it freezes all the time, because it does so much stuff that you didn't ask it to do. You didn't even touch. It's like, what is it doing? I don't know. Anyways. What are the visuals for this? It's Persona 3. I don't know anything about Persona, so, you know. Bit of a cheeky loop in there, and then we got like a sort of cool little RGB shift at the end, and then boom. That's basically it. I might be asking, where did all the sound go? It went here.
My grandfather Merlin created led to nothing but mistakes. This was to be our ideal friends.
That sounds so weird. Yeah, if I just switch it. There you go. I love this little drop down thing I set up. So I can just switch between all the different possible tracks. Yeah, we are.
Sad, but that's
Johnny just wants the same set, so I'm just like, okay. Less work for me. And maybe at this point, that's what I need. Oh, I'm sure it looks fine. We were having a intense discussion. Yeah, I think some of it is AI isolated or something. Well, it's not like you're going to any of the shows. But no, like if we were going to put songs back in, it would have been Free and All Hail Shadow. But Johnny really didn't seem like... I mean, I might ask him if he wants to put Free and All Hail Shadow back in, but I guess the bands have already started rehearsing, so it's probably a bit late anyway. There's full bands at both shows, apparently. Yeah. Okay. Let's go through. So, Open Your Heart seems okay. We've got a bit of a thing here that we need to fix real quick. So, this is zooming. So, funny thing is that as starting with MAGWest, I zoom in the center. The thing is that the HUD is on the edges. So, I want to keep the HUD in. So, I did this little thing. I don't even remember what I did, but we're about to find out what I did. I did this little thing for Open Your Heart. Okay, so, oh, I did a whole load of stuff. Alright, but pretty much, I pulled in the what is this, bro, and we shoved it in the corner. And there we go. Pretty cool. I'm amazed I did it, because it must take some, I must have had to have taken it into an image editor, take out all the back. Why did I put so much? Sometimes I wonder, like, sometimes I'm like, wow, I really did a lot of stuff that I don't even remember. Anyways. Hey, Krusty. Or Raiden. I don't know, like, which name I should use, but welcome. Okay, so all this needs fixed is the numbers over here. Luckily, I just brought this in, so I can just trash this and just hook it up. Oh, it still doesn't work. Alright, Krusty works. Why does it not work? Oh, it's because I just copied. Wait, what? Why did I do this? I have a different mask on it. Maybe. I know why I did this. I do want it to be easy to always, if we ever come across another show where we have screens like that, to easily go back. But I wonder if basically this is doing a load of stuff just for the multi-screen thing. Obviously it doesn't apply to this show, but I also don't want to trash it all. Because it could be useful in the future, right? I guess what I can do is I can always just make a copy of it. We'll put a little sticky note on it and say, no, is that, I think it, whoa. Yeah, or widescreen would really be the move. No, I mean, I think it's just that, like, when it was originally recorded, I wanted it to be 4x3 because in every show up until MAGFest, it was, of course, 4x3 with the blurred edges. It's only as of MAGFest that we kind of changed it to be like, hey, let's do, like, let's just zoom in to 16:9. And we were, I mean, I could still do the blurring thing instead of the zoom. Because we were looking at it earlier and we kind of decided it looked a bit better with the zoom. Because this is what the zoom looks like. Well, that's not zoomed, but yeah, this is what the zoom looks like. Ignore the edges, these are for the side screens that don't apply. If you look at just the middle screen, it looks okay. This actually is an interesting question. I guess I'll get your opinion on it as well, but do you think that we should do the old thing, which is to have it 4x3 but have like the black bars filled with a blurred version of it, or do you think we should do a zoom, 16:9 zoom? Because I don't know. Well, I could. I mean, well, it's not that it's gonna take much. It's more just like which one's better. Probably. I think the reason I was aware of it at the time. Like, I was aware that, like, there's some stuff in SADX that doesn't quite look like the Dreamcast version. It looks like, well, it looks like this. This is how it was at MAGFest.
I can lose, can't hold on much longer, but I will never let go. I know it's a one.
Bear in mind, just the middle bit is the main
Tell me
screen.
now how long this will last. I'm not gonna think this way. Will I count on others? Close my eyes and feel it burn. Now I see what I gotta do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to re-record all this gameplay because then I have to re-edit it all. And nobody needs that work right at the end of the solo shows tour.
But I will never let go.
It's just a debate, like, which one looks better, the 4x3 with blurred edges or the 16:9 zoom. We can do either, right? It's not a problem. Like, it will take me 5 minutes to get the HUD thing working. It's just that which one looks better is the question. Because sometimes 16:9 is a bit more in your face, which is maybe a good thing, right? And there's no, like, off-screen issues or anything. That's all actually, it actually is pretty smooth. Everything fits into the center of the frame. So I don't know, it's really tough to decide. I'll get the HUD thing working anyway. I might as well. What's the worst that can happen? Sure, I can do that. Okay, so let's just fix this. So if we just get rid of all this. So let's just look at these real quick. So this is the zoom in. Yes, it is. It's zoom in, it's just not set properly. I could have sworn that I went and grabbed the size for this, but evidently I didn't. Let's just fix this real quick, and then we'll do that. Okay, so if we grab this thing, chuck the size on it. No, chuck size on it. And then we got to move the position down. Not of that. Of this. Yeah, this is all because it wasn't 16 by 9 at MAGWest, it was taller. So this is a bit taller than 16 by 9. So that's why the vertical positioning's off. Stuff like that. And then we bring in the HUD. Oh, there, we don't have guidelines in Fusion, but we do in here. If I can figure out where they are here, they're just being a bit sneaky. It's not too bad actually. It's pretty much already there. That's fine though, we'll do the widescreen. I'm happy doing that. I think it does feel a bit more modern. You know, some start to wonder if this is even working. Okay. Evidently the answer is it isn't, so what was I changing? Oh, wait. Wait, hold on. Oh, the guidelines do show. Oh, never mind then. Resolve is more cracked than I thought. I don't really know what was happening there because I didn't change anything, but I guess now it's working. Okay, right, that's fine. Cool. Don't worry about that. Oh, I see. Okay, hey, I didn't even know guidelines were supported in Fusion, but that is very nice that they are. Okay, so this is actually what we need to do. Because guidelines were added in a fairly recent version. And when they add stuff, they don't tend to do it in all the places it should be. Okay. In fact, that might even be it. They might have even added it to Fusion in a recent version that I updated to in the last 6 months. That's probably why. Because I don't remember that. Okay. So, we don't need any of this in our life. Ta-da! That looks interesting. Well, there you go. That looks so in the corner. It's insane. Of course that's because it would have been a bit. Oh my god. I don't even know what this might even have been me doing the HUD thing in MAGWest. It isn't actually, it's the crash cast lines for the people, but you know, we'll pretend that that's what it is. So, am I making this smaller? The open your heart HUD. Or what am I doing? I can make it smaller. Shrink it down a bit. I mean, nobody's even looking at it anyway, like who cares? Literally nobody in the world. Okay. Cool. If I just... I can't bother to do it, let's just do this and then zoom our way over. Why is this nonsense selected? That actually greatly concerns me. Am I just about to cook everything? Yes, I am. Brilliant. Oh, it's the wrong one. No. Okay, there we go. We're back where we started. It's all of the stuff deselected. Yes, it is. Incredible. Grab this. No. Oh, there's only one of these. Okay. Oh, but then there's nothing. Okay, that's done then. For some reason I thought there were two things with the HUD on it, with good HUD, but evidently there's only one. That's done then. Beautiful. Yeah, I said because I thought that there was only two hard things, I need to bring this over now. That is what I'm looking at, right? I don't trust it anymore. Okay. Don't cook me. This is taking a lot more effort than it should. This is taking way more effort than it should. I think it is frozen. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Yeah, this is what happens if you paste from Fusion. You just get this massive thing. So I set up a little Vim macro to fix them. Like I can just paste it in and just run the macro and it will just fix all the issues. And it almost worked, but I messed something up and then I just said screw this and I just did it by hand. That was fun. Good times. That was a long time ago. That was almost 20 minutes ago. It's more than that. Okay. Zoom center. Well, the good news is it did it. So it did it and then it froze. So good job. I guess it saved even though I didn't click save.
Our hearts together form awesome power.
That's fine when you have the logo animation on it. Sanity check. Does the logo? Yeah, looks great. Okay. So we can bring these back on because they're just colors. What else do we have? So fill side screens and darken edges we don't need to worry about because those don't apply. Similarly, we don't need to worry about these. These are just like these were just my guidelines for the thing, for the MAGWest show. So we don't need them either. I think we have fixed pretty much everything. The logo in the logo animations can be swapped out at any time just by going into the media pool and just doing a little bit of a cheeky replace. But I think, yeah, we'll fix everything. Yeah, I was just saying the one thing that sucks in the 16:9 is this. Yeah, this just sucks, but it is what it is.
To kill someone to save the world. Is that really the right thing to do?
God. Okay, stop freezing.
They use this incident as an excuse to hunt you down.
Okay, so his world seems fine to me. At the end of the day, I'll catch anything after the render, but oh, there is one little thing in here that was for the screens. When we bring all these in, that's just a color. Yeah, I have this to like move this across, but it's just not a thing. So we'll just disable that. Weird aspect ratio. And basically I just don't need a crop. Should really black out then, shouldn't I? It's weird, I would have thought I did. Evidently I didn't. Oh, I did, yeah. No, I did do it. It's just hiding on hidden tracks. Let's just unhide everything. Okay. you go to like no guitar. Yeah, I like my little buses. I don't know why, I just love this. Because I've got a few buses going. I've got standard, which is like for a standard show, just Johnny. I've got no guitar standard, which is a standard show with a guitarist. So that means that all the rhythm guitar bits are in there. But that's it. Then it's always all instrumentals except lead guitar. And then I've got standard guitar. That's just an actual bus of the actual guitar. And then rhythm guitar only. So we just do this. There's no, but there is some rhythm. Well, to be honest, I guess I don't really know how these work anymore. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So when I render out, I just choose what I want and it just works. Which is neat. There's a lot of stuff in this project file I tried to make just work, even though it probably wasted loads of time. But you know, and also in Resolve you can actually export multi-track, so I can give it a bunch of these and just render them all out into separate WAV files and then package that up and send it to the band. What am I on? Drums? What am I doing? Yeah, so for the band, for a full band it would be other, and that's it. So that's just everything except drums, bass and guitar completely. Because, well, bear in mind that MAGWest had a lead guitarist and a rhythm guitarist, is why. I guess it's a good point though, actually. If the bands don't have a rhythm guitarist, then maybe rhythm guitar should be in there. No, pretty much what we do is we do it properly now. That was, like, we only really did it like that because, well, A, I didn't really know the normal way to do things, but B, I don't know, it was just kind of, like, it was all very low budget with the first AX Chile, like, on their end. But no, like, for click track, we do it properly. And by we, I mean the band, because it's just up to the band to deal with now. It's not up to me to deal with anymore. Because, like, now that we're doing full band shows, now it's no longer my responsibility to play it all back. It's up to the band to play it all back, however they want to do that with their IEMs or whatever. But effectively what they will do, pretty much all of them will do this, because they're actual musicians, so they know how to do this. Johnny. What they will do, one of their members is, yeah, so what they will do, no, so we do have a click track, which was actually made by the MAGWest band, so technically the band members made it, because, you know. But basically what they will do is they will make a project in a DAW. I'll give them the stems of the show, they'll lay them out on tracks, and then when they play the show, they have the backing track stuff, whatever tracks they want, they'll just tick on. And they'll have that playing out stereo out of an audio interface, and then they'll have the click track on another track, and that'll come out of one of the other outputs on the band member's audio interface, whoever is in charge of playing it back. So it's real stereo backing track with click track. And in the case of the MAGWest band, the guy who was in charge of that band even put little vocal cues in here.
1, 2, ready, go.
Like that. So they had actually used 4 outputs, 2 for the stereo backing track, 1 for the click, and 1 for that. So then that just went off to MAGWest crew to mix however they wanted to in the monitors. They had all 4 independently. The funny thing is that the stream, because the stream was mixed independently from front of house and independently from monitors, they had a bit of a patching issue, and they actually had this vocal cue going through. to the stream, which is quite funny. So that's in the stream. No, I don't have it selected. But yeah, like they do it properly. Like whenever I leave it up to the bands, they do it properly with a door and everything. Which is what I do now. Whenever I'm physically at a show, I bring a laptop with a door on it, and I just do it all in there. And I have this audio interface that I'm using for the mic, has 4 inputs, 4 outputs, so I can do everything with it. It is in there. I don't know if the stream's anywhere on YouTube. Actually, I have a recording of my own. Let's see. In fact, Reaper, just free. Actually, I've been really happy with Reaper. I mean, obviously, though, the thing is that I've just used it for live playback. But for that, it's been totally fine. Because it supports audio, supports video. So I can have video, you know, synced up to the audio and everything, and have all of these audio outputs. And of course, it has a MIDI editor that I have been completely happy with. So when I was doing the lighting stuff, that was totally fine. Because it has a nice little MIDI editor, and I can just kind of go to town on that. And I thought, you know, it was all intuitive, it all just worked, and I said, yeah, it's fine. So that's what I've been using. I know another musician. Yeah, well, let me just find that real quick so I don't get sidetracked. It's probably going to be on my spinning magnetic hard drive and the mag. Maybe not. Oh, it's 2026, wasn't it? I don't know what's going to be in here. Oh, it's just pony stuff. Never mind. It's not important. I don't even know what I was afraid of, but no. If it's not in 2020, well, where would it be? No. This is what I mean. The old stuff is just a mess now. Oh, it's probably under here. It's dragged over. No, come here. Obviously, you already saw it, so it doesn't really matter. Really? No, there it is. Hold on. Commercial break in progress, especially if I can drag it over. Struggling. Okay, well, since that's not playing back properly, let's try it in MPV. Let's see.
What's going on over here?
Well, this is public. There you go, here and right here.
Who's my hero?
This is the stream. Oh, VLC doesn't properly support it, so in fact, I think it even runs in the emulation layer. Hold on, let's just check. Play it. Oh, it's... No, that opened it in MPV. Hold on. Yeah, it does. So on my machine, I actually have it set up so anything that runs, because you can tell if something runs natively on Wayland or if it's running through that emulation layer from the old protocol to the new protocol. On my machine, I've actually got it set up so it puts an exclamation mark at the title of anything that runs in X-Wayland. So this, we can see that VLC is running through that, and also DaVinci Resolve, of course, is running through that. Literally everything, well, everything else except Discord on my machine. Well, I'm just trying to... Yeah, but X-Wayland doesn't mean anything to anyone who doesn't know what it means. The only other thing that I've got on my machine that runs through X-Wayland is Discord. Everything else natively supports Wayland. So, those 3 things, VLC, which I just use MPV now anyway, DaVinci Resolve and Discord need to like up their game and get up to date with modern Linux. But yeah, you heard it in the right ear, so yeah, it was there in the stream, and this is just a stream. In terms of the I don't even know if I mean, no, that's something else. I actually don't even know where the multi-tracks are. I can't lie. So well, let's see. Let's just see if I have any criminal DMs first. No, I don't. Let's see what happens if I start it in Wayland right now. It's a bit of a detour, but you know what? We're allowed some detours. Yeah, you won't hear it in the... It's not in the FOH. Well, yeah, because the FOH knows a bit more what they're doing. I mean, no, like, you know, it happens. It's easily done. Somewhere there's a... I have the patch sheet of what all the audio channels were. So I think the previous band, that was used for one of the drums. So that's why. Because the previous band, that... Like, it was one of the cymbals. That audio channel on the list of audio channels that the monitors, front of house, stream, all of them were all getting, that one was used for one of the cymbals, whereas here it was used for that little guide that only the performer should be hearing. So of course they just missed that in the broadcast mix, and the people who were mixing the stream, they just missed that. And since it was its own mix, that meant that it just snuck in there for the first half until they finally cut that off. Which bits lost media? Oh, the multi-tracks. Yeah, I should have those. It doesn't really matter though. Oh no, I know where they are. I mean, it's not really that interesting though. You know, like, we could go to like. Really, I'm gonna need to open something else for this. I really hope Audacity doesn't just cook my life. Okay, it seems okay. We could pull in like this. You might ask where the waveforms are. So this is the front of house mix. What is this? So speaking of things that don't properly support Wayland, what is this? And hope your left ear likes some. So this is the board. This is the front of house. Backing track is a billion. So you know, what else do we have in there? We've got the broadcast mix. I actually don't know what that means. The only thing really interesting in here, well, it depends on who you ask, right? But for me, I just like hearing vocals because they're always, you can always just tell that they're live. Where the hell are they? Oh, it's probably RF1. Where is RF1? No, it's RF2.
Can't lose, you ready?
There you go.
Can't hold on
I haven't.
much longer. Oh, I know it's one that I'll turn the page, breaking through your crazy maze. My eyes on
what I
you,
use
sing
Audacity for, like.
through the night away.
It does pretty much what I need, minus the fact that it just breaks sometimes if I try and do a loopback recording here on Linux for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why. Lots of things just break in subtle ways. It's a bit annoying. Where were we? We were doing really important business. Oh yeah, we were basically done. His world looks good. Yeah, I should probably say it.
Remember that.
My brain wanted ungravitify, but it's not. It's very much not the thing. Does this look okay? Why is it black? What's happening in here? What's going on? Oh, I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine. Okay. What else do we have? Sonic Boom. Oh, it's a good point, actually, isn't this? Oh yeah, where the hell was the That's a very good point. Oh, it's up here. Oh, this has seen some better days. Hold on. I forgot that we have the like text in there now. Johnny Sonic Boom. Wow. Evidently not. That, oh god, that must be Sonic Con UK. Literal depression. No, it isn't. Maybe it was in TMG. Nope. Oh, where the hell is this? Can't have been shit. When did I start using that? I'll show you what I mean. You'll see what I mean in a second. It's fine. I don't know why I keep doing this. Just right click and do this. It's in Neon Summit. Let us just... Yeah, you will see exactly what I was looking for. This is Neon Summit pre-2025, allegedly. I'm guessing it was not 2024. That was just Pinball PA and a little bit of Coco. Okay, so much for pre-2025. Johnny Sonic Boom. Turn that on and this on. I don't even know what's on here, but something. Yeah, so oh yeah, that needs some work. So this is adjusted for the screens, of course. Doesn't apply to us. So what I am going to do is turn all of that off, and we're going to go to an early timeline in here from before I did all of this stuff, and we're just going to take it from there. I swear there was like, yeah, Con UK tidy, there we go. No boom logo, don't know what that means. But it's version 2, so it's probably better. Oh, bit of a different timeline, but we'll make it work. This is right. So basically, before I did MAGWest, I tidied up my whole timeline. There it is. I tidied up my whole timeline. So this is basically just that. Yep. Paste it. Where did it paste it? This is another thing that annoys me, is it just kind of pastes these things wherever the hell it feels like. Okay, so that's going to go right there. But it's not really going to go there, because I'm actually going to move it up. Does it fit in the gaps? Yes, it does. That's a very good sign. I'm going to have to grab it. Oh my god. There we go. I'm just going to have to move this over. No, go. Hey, we've recovered. Okay. It looks promising. So this is what I was talking about. I didn't make this. This was made for Too Many Games 2017, and I contacted the guy who did that and stole it from him, basically. Consensually stole it. Yep, and then performance absolutely dies when it hits the boom. Okay. Cool. So that's that fixed. And there isn't anything. Well, it's a short version, so it's fine. Now, the wind, I think we saw that and it looked good. Oh yeah, I've just got the text. Well, it's literally what it is a video file. And if we look at the original video file, it looks like this. It's got some crusty ass version in the middle. So I run it through a Luma keyer to key that out, and then I shrink it down a bit, and then that's what goes out. And then it's transparent, so the stuff from the origin stuff from down here bleeds through. Because yeah, it looks crusty as hell. It's also in 720p. But it looks pretty good, even though the video the text is from is technically 720p. I think the Luma Kia really helps with the edges, so it does look really good zoomed in. What do you mean? I mean, I was really lucky here because the stuff inside, because this is just like, because the Sonic Boom footage that's used in here is so washed out, it never really hits the black of the black here. So this Luma Kia is basically cranked to the absolute max. And it works. So it's quite cool. So it's quite fortunate there. You see how it comes out. And to be fair, like this Resolve can kind of do it at 40 FPS, which isn't terrible. Well, it should be 60. There's no reason it shouldn't be able to do 60. You know, at least it's performing decently here. I bet the memory usage just goes up as like the more I play this. Let's just take a look. Not so much. Okay, cool. So Sonic Boom's all good. Night of the Wind. Let's take a quick look. That's interesting. I have a feeling this is meant to go further back. No, maybe not. What, the credits that didn't end up used? It's possible not. I don't actually know where they are. There's some of them that's kind of messed up. There's like a whole bunch of these pages, so it might not be. In which case, if I put credits at the end of this one, and I might try and do that, then yeah, I'd like to fix that. What is going on here? So, why is the logo just so messed up? I'll check that. We ran out of budget for Resolve. I'm probably going to need to end this stream soon, to be honest, because I've been going for 4 hours. And, you know, we've probably got better things to do with our lives. But we've got, like, kind of started on the Sonic Boost logo. Oh god, why is Resolve open to this? There we go. Kind of got started on the Sonic Boost logo, which is kind of neat. Yeah, I did not use that. Yeah, I'll add that. I think it's a good idea. What the hell? Oh. It's fine now. So it was just broken. There was actually nothing wrong with it. It just wasn't rendering it properly, as usual. Yep. Is it supposed to be black? Let's find out. Disgusting black creatures in my visuals. I think it's number 2.
To kill someone to save the world.
Oh, shut up. Okay. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is supposed to be black. Okay. Nice. So pretty much, all that's left is to swap this logo out with an actually finished Sonic Boost logo, render out the moving text because we did that at the start, so we've got it all updated. That's pretty much it. And then that would be Sonic Boost done. It's just a matter of getting the logo done, really. And I have to look through, maybe polish a few other little bits. But that's mostly done. So if we can then do that at some point and swap these out as well. Render it out, package it up, ship it off to the band. It's their problem after that point. Fire. Nope, it's also the same. So after I've done Sonic Boost, I'm just going to go do that. And that one will be a lot quicker because I did a bunch of tweaks to fix the MAGFest stuff. And obviously that's not going to be a problem for us. MAGWest. So yeah, I think we'll kind of end it here. I never really use, like, I've got like lots of different positions, but I set these all up literally just last night. You can also have no webcam. I was never seen again. I'm literally gone. Yeah. You know, I decided for this stream, I decided to go with like a plain setup and just leave it all blank. I got the keybinds going, okay? The global keybinds on Wayland. Shocking, I know. Yeah, well, yeah, no, like if I redo the credits, then I'd redo them anyway. Because they're both very good points. And I probably will put the credits at the end of this show. Because obviously, like, there was a point where shows didn't have it. Like, it was only MAGFest that actually had credits recently. And they didn't even happen because I wasn't there. And they weren't in the video files. They were in the DAW project on my laptop. But since I am now actually introducing credits, then I probably will. Yeah, I decided to go with like not really decor the room or anything. What I could have done, something like this. Don't fall over. And we could have gone like all out with this. Unfortunately, I turn around and everything's fallen apart. But evidently, I decided not to in the end. I'll do that later. I think that's basically it. So, I do. They're just way higher up and way more awkward to grab with the IMs in and everything. I didn't pre-prepare them. I could have actually put them there. That's a really good. To be honest, I honestly, like, they're right there, but I honestly forgot they exist. The pony brain rot is just too much. It's too strong. I mean, do you blame me? Like, they have the music scene that I always wanted. So how can you blame me? Yeah, they're just up there. I just literally forgot that I even own them. I think there's plenty of songs that are pretty close to that. But yeah, hopefully this was a somewhat enlightening preview of the show visuals. There was also a little stream test, so I'm going to see after how well the stream went and everything. In practice, what I plan on doing is I'm going to have a white LED strip along the back of this desk, because lighting right now is awful, like you can tell. It's all just wrong. The other thing is to use my actual DSLR camera, which I know works, instead of this webcam that's kind of garbage. But that was kind of... It's just a lot of effort to set up, and it only... Because it's a DSLR, you can only turn it on for 20 minutes at a time. You have to go restart it every 20 minutes, which is kind of silly. Yeah, no, it is. And... yeah, and they're falling into the void. Yeah, I thought so. Well, that's kind of why I did it. I thought it'd be nice to just go through all this stuff. And you've kind of seen all of it now, right? Like, now it's just a matter of polishing, and I can do that anytime. I guess the only thing we haven't done yet that's kind of crazy. In Too Many Games, it opened with a 3D section. And in MAGFest, I brought that back during Live and Learn. So you'll see right over here where there's some red. This is the 3D section, which of course takes so much, with the memory leaks and everything, takes so much RAM to render. And just so much time that I had to render it to a file and then put it in here. But if I go over into here where it actually sits, That's not it. If I go into Live and Learn 3D segment. Oh yeah, yeah, that would help. I was just checking that you guys are actually paying attention. As a test. Totally. Oh, I tried to translate that. Weird. Yeah, if I go into... Well, basically in MAGWest I added a 3D section during Live and Learn here in the bridge. Goes 3D. Obviously, it was so slow to render that I didn't actually put it in here. I just put in a file that I then render out. But in a separate timeline, I have it. So something we haven't done, and let's see if it actually loads. It doesn't load because it's probably missing something. Let's take a look. Real quick. Oh, look at these. Where are these? Oh, they're just in here. Well, whatever. But if I let's just say go back out into here and like look at the Fusion. The 3D sections are crazy. Because if you look at this in Fusion, right? That's what it looks like. There we go. 3D. Oh yeah, there's some issues with that. See all the little screens and everything. But yeah, so the only thing we haven't done is tweak this. Although this should actually just work, basically. Oh, but it's got the same text nonsense as before. Let's see if I have the thing for that. Maybe not. Evidently not. I guess I got rid of it. Oh, there it is. Yeah. It's quite a bit. Let's just put this in. So that's the 3D thing. The only thing is there's a few clips that it's missing. Oh, we need some pipes as well. Fucking pipes, man. No, it's the wrong one. This is what happens when you have multiple layers of tabs, as you switch the wrong tabs. That's fixed most of those. Oh, yeah, and it couldn't even do that. It couldn't even render the 3D thing, so I had to put a break here in the middle. So I had to render all the stuff to the left of this, like all of this stuff. I had to render all that out first, and then go use it to do this last bit, because it couldn't do them together. It would run out of GPU memory. In fairness, that's because I was rendering it at that super wide screen, so it was like 4K width, and like slightly more than 1080p height. Now that it's, yeah, but like it would break like 20 frames in. So I would be mashing together a lot of MKV files. So I had to break it in half. But that's only because I was running at 4K. To be fair, rendering this at 1080, it should be able to do it. So maybe. Yeah. But yeah, so other than that, but this is, I mean, I just fixed it, so you know, it's fine. It's actually only one clip that it's really complaining about. And I can just go find it and turn it off. In fact, maybe it will even work anyway. Oh, I was thinking about it. No, it didn't. No, of course it didn't. One sec. Let's just see if I can just turn off the thing that's breaking it. I think it's literally just this. I mean, this should be there. Hold on. Let's just find this real quick. Said I was going to end stream, and I'm not. What a legend. This would be SonicCon UK? No, the one before CocoCon. Whatever came after MAGFest. Oh my god, I don't know where this is. There was a Sonic Expo? I don't even remember what shows they've been, even though they're over there. I mean, I could make it work really hard and work my poor little magnetic hard drive and just my NTFS magnetic hard drive from Linux and just go in here and just tell it to go find it. I can literally hear the drive. Just like the head seeking like crazy. Look at that. Turn it on. Okay, so now black screen. Oh my god, what now? I just cannot believe this. I'm just getting scammed everywhere. I could go and do the same, not that. I could go, why do I have to do all of these right clicks to do this? Let's just, hold on, let's see real quick. Because why not? I can grab these, not that. Grab, I didn't ask. Grab these, not. Relink, this will be from 2023, Crush 40. In fact, they'll almost definitely be from TMG, so just go search in there. Evidently not. This one. God damn it. I just want to show some 3D in my life. We've lived the 2D life too long. I just want to have a little bit of 3D before I close the stream. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be. Branding and merch logo 2024 logo. You can see that this is such a scuffed structure. I don't know what I was cooking with this. So this is an image of AEX Chile. That'll be 2023 Crush 40 Chile show media official photos. We're looking for 430. Exactly. Okay. Oh, please, for the love of... I swear I deleted this file. Like an absolute fool. Yeah, I 100% did. Can I copy the file path? Of course I can't. Why would I ever be able to do such a thing? 23. Crush 40. Chile. Official. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. I can just switch it over to the full thing. I don't care anymore. Back this up. big up the symphony.mp4. What the hell is symphony. I don't even know what symphony.mp4 is supposed to be. Yeah, it's gonna be way too much work. Either way, whatever. It's not the Tokyo show. And yeah, the I think it is, yeah. Tell you what, if I just turn these off and whatever else is breaking. Ah, god damn it. GT crypt. Where the hell even is this bad boy? I found the 2014 one. I don't know where this one is. I'm not sure I can really be bothered to deal with it either. Oh well, no 3D for us. It's not happening. Oh, maybe this one would work. Of course it won't. No, of course it won't. Oh, here's another one. This was the light of the day intro originally. Of course, now it's been repurposed for this. Anyway, that was enough of that. Better luck next time. Exactly. Right, I'm gonna end here because this has gone on really long. Thank you all for, well, thank you very much for joining me. There was actually way more people than I expected. It's pretty cool. I hope it was a cool little preview of the show visuals. Solid. Without the U. There's no U in there. Just color. Yeah, we got some solid colors going. It's white, in case you're wondering. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So hope you enjoyed the little tour into the mythical project files of the show visuals. I am kind of glad that I like set it all up like this, because yeah, it does make things a lot easier, even though I had to, well actually I just made things even easier now for the future in this stream, so hey. Thank you for joining me. And yeah, I guess we'll just kind of end it there, so I will see you all later. Or should I end it on OBS or on YouTube? I'll end it on YouTube. Yeah. See ya. Gotta click the final button. Bye.